All right, we're on the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 25764 of the Open Meetings Act, I am welcoming you to a regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies during the public health emergency. Pursuant to this guidance, notice of today's meetings was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the district's central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or log-in information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson, and I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the board who are also participating electronically pursuant to Mayor's Order 2020-054. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rima Wahabzada.
Rima Wahabzada, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Hansen.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Ed Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 7 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that of these hearings is understood by everyone. On this morning, there's one agenda item, which is a public hearing that we're having today. We're having a list of witnesses, and so what we will do today is that I'm going to call the name of the witness. Our IT specialist, Ms. Andrews, will elevate your rights once your name is called. I'm not sure if everyone's rights will be elevated throughout the meeting, but to begin, we have a list of witnesses who are going to testify today, and I will call your name. Your camera rights will be elevated by our IT specialist at that time. So please bear with us. Once I call your name, your rights will be elevated. I believe, because it's a public hearing and we're going to ask questions, that your rights will remain elevated throughout your testimony. We will ask questions by the board. Participants be elevated once you've spoken. I will ask that you please mute your microphone if you're not speaking. And I would remind all board members and all members, public or participants, that if you are not speaking, please mute your microphone. As I said before, I believe that your rights will remain elevated after you have testified, but we'll see, since we're going to ask questions, and I need you to do that. If you have any problems, or please, during this time, please put a comment in the chat. And also, if you also have technical issues, please send an email to our IT specialist, Simone.Andrews2@dc.gov. This is our first hearing for the new year, so I would like to wish everyone a happy new year and a pleasant new year. All right, so our first case is that the first event that's on our calendar for the new year. It's a public hearing. It's a roundtable on medical cannabis delivery proposed rulemaking. Good morning again, everyone. We have had a great response to our roundtable invitation, and I want to thank everyone for their interest and attendance today. For the record, notice of this roundtable was published in the DC Registry on December 25th, 2020 at 67 DCR 14828. The board has convened this roundtable to hear from medical cannabis licensees, qualifying patients and their caregivers, and other interested parties regarding their thoughts and concerns with respect to medical cannabis deliveries and curbside pickup. The information that the board receives today will be used to draft a future medical cannabis delivery proposed rule. As you know, the board is operating under the emergency rules adopted on December 9th, 2020 regarding medical cannabis delivery. They are set to expire on April 8th, 2021. By way of background, the medical cannabis delivery emergency rules were implemented in response to the challenges that qualifying patients in the district and their caregivers were having obtaining their medication as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. During this period that Mayor Bowser issued the stay-at-home orders, district residents who are qualifying patients experienced difficulties obtaining their medical cannabis and medical cannabis products. In response, DC Health passed emergency rules to allow dispensaries to deliver to qualifying patients, residents, or the residences of their caregivers. The ABC board has since amended the DC Health rules to 1, increase the number of permitted delivery vehicles from 1 to 3, 2, require delivery drivers to be employees of the dispensary, and 3, expand the hours of delivery from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. to 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. I will begin this hearing by calling on those witnesses who registered in advance regarding their desires to address the board. The board will then entertain comments from other interested parties who did not register in advance, but who wish to be heard. Please know that given the amount of interest we receive for this roundtable, I must initially limit everyone to 5 minutes. If there is time left at the end of the session, I am happy to entertain additional remarks. I would ask that each of you to identify yourself with your name before you speak so that the court reporter records accurate and attributable information in the transcript. Lastly, you are also welcome to supplement your comments with written testimony. If you have prepared written remarks, please email them to abra.legal@dc.gov. We will ensure that they are properly filed with the board's official records. We're on our witness list, and the first witness who is scheduled to testify today is Mr. Eric Spencer from the DC Democratic Caucus for Returning Citizens. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of Mr. Spencer, please?
Mr. Spencer, your rights have been elevated.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear Mr. Spencer. Do you have a camera you can?
Yes, I have a camera, but it's I guess it's not letting me. It's not letting me get on the camera. But
Well, we can wait a couple of minutes if you can try. If not, we'll go forward with you without a camera. I like to see
Yeah, absolutely.
who's addressing me, and since we are unable to participate in person, so we're doing this, of course, remotely.
I don't know if it's my Wi-Fi or what have you. But I can
All
hear
right.
it and talk, but I can't. Oh, just a moment. One moment. One
Okay.
moment. Can everyone see me now?
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, we
Okay.
can see you, Mr. Spencer. All right. Thank you very much for appearing this morning. As I stated, you have 5 minutes. I'm going to have a timer, and so please we have on our calendar, on the witness list, there are 12 people scheduled to testify this morning. So I would ask that you limit your comments to a maximum of 5 minutes. So I'm going to have a timer, and I might raise my hand when your 5 minutes have expired. So good morning again, Mr. Spencer. Please go ahead.
Director, members of the board, and the public. Good morning to everyone, and thanks for allowing the DC Caucus for Returning Citizens to present testimony and comments on the notice of rulemaking for delivery of cannabis in the District of Columbia. My name is Eric Spencer, and I am the Secretary and Policy Advocate. First, I would like to begin this testimony with the seriousness of the situation by quoting DC Councilmember-elect Robert White on the current status of returning citizens' participation in the medical cannabis program here in the district from an ownership and equity stance. I quote, "We have locked up so many Black people for marijuana, and I see it as incredibly hypocritical for these folks to return from prison on marijuana charges just to come back to a place that has now legalized and industrialized it, and they can't play a role in it." The caucus believes the council members' words apply with full force to this notice of rulemaking for delivery as it pertains to ownership and equity and not mere employment. While the caucus does not take issue with the delivery of cannabis by dispensaries to patients and caregivers due to the emergency order implemented by the Executive Office of the Mayor to address the pandemic, the caucus believes that there should also be equity in regard to the delivery of cannabis here in the district. The caucus believes that this board and the director should recommend to the EOM the creation of separate delivery, cultivation, and dispensary licenses. In turn, these licenses should be deliberately and intentionally distributed through a social equity program to address the inequity and non-inclusivism associated with the district's cannabis program and to satisfy the newly minted Racial Equity Achieves Results Act of 2020, or REACH Act, which mandates racial equity and inclusion throughout all district agencies and programs. This will ensure equity for returning citizens and those harmed by the war on drugs that have ownership capabilities in the district's medical cannabis program. As a matter of fact, the board should immediately release the 2 cultivation licenses that the caucus believes are available in light of 22 DCMR 5200.2, which reads, "The number of cultivation centers registered to operate in the district shall not exceed 10. Currently, there are only 8 cultivation centers operating in the district, of which 7 are owned and operated by whites. At a bare minimum, this will create an appearance of equity, inclusion, and fairness in the district's medical cannabis program until a full social equity program is created. The caucus believes current laws concerning returning citizen participation is not a prohibitor. The current law is clear. DC Official Code 7-1671.06J reads in pertinent part, "No director, officer, member, incorporator, agent, or employee of a dispensary, cultivation center, or testing laboratory who has access to the medical marijuana at the dispensary, cultivation center, or testing laboratory shall not have a felony conviction, provided that the ABC board shall not disqualify any of the foregoing individuals solely for a felony conviction of possession with the intent to distribute marijuana that occurred before July 17, 2014. The caucus interprets this mandate to mean that returning citizens with marijuana convictions prior to that date can and should be owners and operators of medical marijuana business here in the district, including delivery services. In conclusion, and as expressed above, the caucus believes that the board is in a position to move the needle and commence the path to equity, inclusion, and fairness for returning citizens by immediately releasing the 2 remaining cultivation licenses specifically for returning citizen ownership. Personally, I have a marijuana conviction prior to July 17, 2014, and I have been in consultation with an indigenous person of color, another marginalized and underrepresented group, with over 20 years of cultivation experience. I am also in the process of assembling a team. The caucus stands ready to partner with the board to bring about the much needed change in this medical marijuana program. The caucus cannot sit back and allow the district to use the irrelevance of an appropriations rider that itself does not mention prohibition of ownership by returning citizens to act as an obstacle to ownership and equity by returning citizens in the district's medical marijuana program from an ownership stance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer, and you had about 40 seconds, so thank you for abiding with the timeline, and so you can remain online when we'll have, if you so desire. The board might have some questions that we want to ask the participants once everyone has testified. All right, thank you, Mr. Spencer. All right, the next person who's scheduled to testify is Milfred T. Washington, who's a resident, and Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of Milfred T. Washington, please? And Mr. Spencer, can you please mute your phone, please? Thank you, sir.
Mr. Washington, your rights have been elevated.
Okay. Start
Mr.
video.
Washington, do you have a camera, sir? If you have a camera, you can, yes,
Yes.
sir, I can see you. All right.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Washington. Thank you for appearing this morning. And as I say, you have 5 minutes to testify. And please go ahead, sir.
Okay. My question to this roundtable is, does ABRA really know who their marijuana delivery drivers are? But before I give the answer to my own question, I contest the rule that delivery drivers must be employees of a dispensary, and I'll tell you why. The district needs to create a social equity program and issue non-storefront retail delivery licenses for would-be cannabis entrepreneurs who are returning citizens. For a city agency to exclude its disenfranchised population from getting their feet in the door while knowing and witnessing their suffering of enormous economic setback, one has no choice but to contest. Since public safety is of paramount concern, please know that underground sales of cannabis in the district booms better than Bitcoin. If you doubt the special trust and confidence bestowed in me by our mayor, just log on to where'stheweed.com DC and see for yourself. These are your delivery drivers. Number count the delivery vendors. There's over 78 vendors, premium vendors that's paying $3,000 a month just to advertise. From catchphrase names like Cloud9 DC to High Life. You have to wonder who these people are, where the marijuana comes from, who's growing so many strains in such large volumes, and where the weed is being stored. So the question is, who really stands to double benefit from ABRA's permission to allow more delivery drivers? So no, the existing dispensaries already have enough delivery personnel and they already have enough delivery vehicles. No ABRA rule should exclusively restrict marijuana delivery to those employees of new or existing marijuana dispensaries. Adopting new rules against these barriers would be to allow the disenfranchised to contract with existing dispensaries. ABRA can begin there. When it comes to owning a cultivation center, disenfranchised residents who have been disproportionately arrested as a result of marijuana prohibition have a barrier. In the 2019 paralegal graduation ceremony, Mayor Bowser stated, "We know that we must continually find new ways to overcome the barriers our residents face and create new pathways to the middle class." Mayor Bowser knew then, and she knows now, that in order to remove these social barriers, new pathways are needed. Social equity is that path, that barrier removal. To make this barrier go away, all that's needed are the zones to operate, a fair allotment of non-delivery retail licenses issued to returning citizens who qualify. Should ABRA consider creating and implementing these rules for delivery license, it must mandate that such licenses be issued provisionally, and because the storage of cannabis requires real property for warehousing, and this means that time along with honest stakeholders will be needed to procure property, receive awarded property, purchase property, or sign leases. licensees can contract with existing cultivation centers to purchase the inventory. However, this model would be on a limited basis as there could arise gripe issues with pricing disparities of wholesale cannabis. And by this scenario, I mean an existing cultivation center can raise prices so far out of reach that the delivery license would be to force either, close his or her doors or invite in scrupulous investors with nothing but gaining a majority stake in mind. So the disenfranchised recipients of any social equity program must be capable of breaking free from dependence upon those who would seek to flip them backwards. This has happened to social equity recipients in other states, and the district must not become the laughing stock and repeat it. Imagine yourselves coming home from 15 years, a special assignment where you worked a job, harvesting a commodity, you had a harsh supervisor, and the working conditions were so severe where your wages weren't enough to survive you 1 week when you return. And now imagine returning to your home only finding that the harsh supervisor had a cousin who owns all of the business and the entities in your home, and he sells that very commodity. But then there's a host of other scrupulous players who are delivery drivers in your city, and they possess that same commodity, but it's less expensive and it's not safe in any other ways and means. These are your delivery drivers, the underground portion of this. But ABRA may not be able to stop the underground, but for there to be a level field of fair and equitable pay and play, ABRA must become socially and equitably conscious by issuing a moratorium on this particular rulemaking, specifically so that ABRA can create new rules regarding the creation of non-storefront retail delivery license submitted through an exclusive open application period to returning citizens that were affected by prohibition. Otherwise, it's back to business as usual, witnessing the alienation of the ostracized while the rich get richer. So the first slap in the face is prohibition. The second slap is social inequity in marijuana legalization, which is so severe it needs ICE applied to it. You, ABRA, you're the ICE packs, and for a limited time, ABRA can issue policy mandating delivery license be awarded to returning citizens who may have been home for 48 months or more. And from a standpoint of a legal argument, there is no equal protection issue here because disenfranchised persons are not similarly situated to a cannabis entity earning millions of dollars. So ABRA can lead the way. It's time to play fair. It's time to give back what has never been given. Let's do what's right. Let's fix this. Let ABRA make this a reparation, if you will. And I'm Milford Washington. I sincerely thank you for your reparation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Washington.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. All right, can you please put your microphone on mute,
Yes.
please? All right, the next witness to testify is Ms. Yvette Alexander. So, Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of Ms. Alexander, please? Former council member Yvette Alexander.
Sure, stand by. Ms. Alexander, Mike has been unmuted. Mr. Chair, this is a call-in.
All right, good morning, Ms. Alexander. Thank you for, I prefer when I do public hearings that I see the participants, but I thank you for agreeing to testify this morning, and you have 5 minutes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm sorry. I thought I was on video. I can see you.
Oh, I was told that you were calling, so that's why.
I did call in, but then I got in on the computer as well.
Well, if you can tell Ms. Andrews where you are on the computer so she can elevate your rights on the computer. I know that she has elevated your rights on the call-in, but I can't.
I do see sorry, what's her name?
Alexander.
Miss Alexander, I do see you, but the only option I have is to unmute your line. We don't have a video for you.
I'm sorry. I'm on my iPad. I'm not on my computer.
It's okay.
All right.
I can hear you just fine.
So go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Well,
All
good
right.
morning. Greetings, Chairman Anderson and the ABC Board. I also see another Ward 7 James Short on the call. So greetings to the board members. I'm Yvette Alexander with Y. Alexander and Associates, representing the position of the District of Columbia Cannabis Trade Association. Linda Mercado Green is the board chairperson. The DCCTA was formed to advocate for improved access for patients in our city's medical cannabis program since its inception in 2013. The members represent licensed medical cannabis cultivation centers and dispensaries in Washington, D.C. Currently, the medical program has 9,618 patients and it is growing at an accelerated pace. Under ABRA's supervision since October
Miss Alexander, I'm no longer hearing you. Miss Alexander.
I
Do we?
do still see her on the line, and her line is on mute, but I don't hear her.
Um, Miss Alexander. Miss Alexander. We missed about a minute or two of your testimony, so I'm not sure where we couldn't hear you. So maybe you want to start back over. I think after your introduction, then we didn't hear anything. Miss Alexander.
Andrew, your line has been unmuted. You can go ahead and announce yourself.
I was told no one can hear.
Right. So we cannot hear you. So I will ask that you start back over. I don't know what happened. So can you? So why don't you start back over after your introduction, ma'am, please?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. As I stated, I'm representing the position of the District of Columbia Cannabis Trade Association. The cannabis program has, since its inception of the medical cannabis program in 2013, the current number of patients in the program is 9,618, and it's growing at an accelerated pace. Since ABRA's oversight of the program, October 1st of 2020, it's increased by 3,000. So we're really pleased with that. The association would like to express their unanimous support for continued delivery service availability to accommodate their patients. This will allow for more options and greater accessibility, especially for those who either lack transportation, prefer privacy, or have medical conditions that confine them to their homes or limit their mobility. Also, it has proven to be a safer option during the COVID-19 pandemic because of less in contact at the dispensaries. Since the inception of delivery service, the dispensaries have been successful in providing reliable and safe services to their patients. In addition, they have increased their ability to provide additional employment opportunities to District of Columbia residents who can provide the delivery service. The association requests to permanently keep delivery service as a part of their daily operation and would like to offer the following recommendations on best practices. In addition to the authorized dispensary staff training on drivers on the rules and regulations, on DC rules and regulations, a third party delivery service should be included as an option. Either way, there must be consistent delivery protocols and compliance in place for all drivers. And these are recommendations. Drivers must have the necessary technology for receipt of each order. Drivers must have verification. They must process the sale and delivery completion. The driver should only transport the amount of onboard inventory allowed. The drivers must keep a destination log. The drivers must have a secure lockbox for products. All vehicles must be equipped with GPS tracking. Drivers must have their license and approved credentials on hand at all times during deliveries. Drivers should return to dispensaries. There are no deliveries within 30 minutes of each other. And all drivers must have a valid U.S. driver's license, registration, and proof of insurance, and a complete background check. The District of Columbia Cannabis Association requests that before any regulations are finalized, they are able to offer additional input and approval, or if possible, they would like to serve in an advisory capacity in developing a permanent delivery structure. In closing, the association looks forward to the renaming of ABRA to the Alcohol Beverage Cannabis Regulatory Administration to reflect its new role in cannabis regulation, and also requests to have at least one non-voting member in the legal cannabis industry to serve on the board. And thank you so much for your time and patience. I'm available to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alexander, for your testimony today. All right. Our next witness is Jason Aldrich, co-owner of Reset Wellness. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of Mr. Aldrich?
Mr. Aldrich, your rights have been elevated.
Mr. Aldrich?
Yes, good morning, everyone.
All right, if you have a camera, then I guess you can turn your camera on, and then, thank you. You have 5 minutes, sir. Go ahead, thank you.
Good morning. I would like to thank the board for their time today. I'm always pleased when the citizens of Washington, D.C. are able to take part in the decisions that shape their own communities. I've always appreciated processes that support inclusion and consideration towards the people who would affect the most. Today, I'll make a humble attempt to share some perspectives to be considered while rulemaking and legislation are being created. The first point I'd like to offer is inclusion. I think we have an opportunity here to put the locals first. Oftentimes, when decisions are made concerning legislation, the community doesn't get the word in time to participate properly in the process. I think we have an opportunity here to ensure that not only is the community involved in the decision-making process, but put measures in place to see to it that Native Washingtonians have ample opportunity to participate in the economic development and growth opportunities. Secondly, I would offer there's a chance to address systematic injustices. Many of our citizens grew up in an era in which marijuana was classified as a Schedule I drug, putting it in the same category as crack cocaine and heroin and other hard drugs. as a result, ended up facing harsh penalties and extensive jail sentences for minor offenses. Which brings up my next point. Here we have an opportunity to create pathways for returning citizens. If we want to continue to ensure that all our returning citizens have an opportunity to participate in all industries, especially ones that have had a negative impact on them and their families. In order to do that, we must remove the barriers that are normally put in place to discourage entry into the industry or make it difficult to participate. Though the district was forward-thinking and acted swiftly during the pandemic to make sure that patients can still get their medicine, it did not address long-term opportunities for our citizens to participate in the delivery process. Being agents of the dispensaries is an example of one of those barriers. If we create outside opportunities for delivery services to participate in economic opportunities in the medical marijuana program in DC, we can ensure that there isn't a stronghold on the industry by companies with vast economic resources to control the industry. There are many courier transportation, private limousine companies that have the infrastructure in place already to meet the needs of the dispensaries to ensure safe transport while diversifying the marketplace and economic opportunities in the process.
Are you done, sir?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Aldridge. All right.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Please mute your microphone, please. All right. The next witness to testify is Rabbi Jeffrey Kahn, founder Tacoma Wellness Center. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of Rabbi Kahn, please?
Mr. Chair, I don't see Jeffrey Kahn. Oh, yes, I do. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Kahn, your rights have been elevated. There are two Mr. Kahns on the line. I just want to make sure.
Family. So Rabbi Jeffrey Kahn is a person who's speaking. I guess his other family members might join on. So I see. So Rabbi Kahn, is there someone else that we need to whose rights we need to elevate, or is it just yours? Rabbi Kahn?
Yes.
All right. No, I'm saying, all right.
I can see you.
Well, I can't see you, so if you have a camera, you can turn it on. But at least I can't see you here. But anyway, sir. All right, yes, now I can see you. All right.
Okay.
Thank you for appearing this morning, and you have 5 minutes, sir. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. Good morning and happy, healthy New Year to you all. I just wanted to take this opportunity really to let you know who we are. And as you can see, there are several families online that we're the Kahn family. Rabbi Jeffrey Kahn, my wife Stephanie, and my son Josh. We own and operate Tacoma Wellness Center, which we established, well, we first applied in 2011 and opened in 2013. We're the first and oldest dispensary continuously serving medical marijuana patients here in the District of Columbia. And we're thrilled to still be here in 2021, working closely with ABRA. We'd like to make sure that the ABRA board knows that we agree with the comments made by Mrs. Alexander and that we endorse them wholly, that we have been-
Rabbi Kahn, hold on 1 minute, please.
Sure.
If I'm not sure whose phone line is also open, can if you're not speaking, can you please mute your microphone, please? Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Sure, no problem. Just that we're in full agreement with the comments made by our representative, Ms. Alexander. and that we're thrilled that after 10 years that we're able to serve our patients with delivery, and delighted in the way that ABRA has made this possible under the most difficult of conditions to make something that's so important to our patients available. We certainly endorse continuing as we're going and making the laws permanent. We would like to make one suggestion though, and that's that at the moment, can't. I'm just trying to look at my other screen and can't. We're required to deliver to the patient's original registered address, verify that the patient or the patient and caregiver is actively in the District of Columbia medical marijuana program, and that the delivery address matches the patient's or caregiver's home address. But it's difficult for us to ascertain that. Their address may have changed since they first registered and got their cards. They may have informed the regulatory agency of that, but no one's required to inform us of that. So we'd like you to consider making it that we can deliver to any registered DC patient at any legal spot in the District of Columbia to any of their residences, because their residences may have changed and it's very difficult, possible to ascertain exactly where they're living.
All right, sir, is that the extent of your testimony?
That's the end of my testimony, but again, just to go on record how thrilled we are at Tacoma Wellness that ABRA has taken over the regulatory process. We're looking forward very much to working with you now and in the future.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today, sir. All right, so can you please mute your microphone, please? The next witness is Ms. Linda Green, owner Anacostia Organics. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of Ms. Green?
Green, your rights have been elevated.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Green.
Okay, can you see? Can you
No,
see me? My camera is on.
See you. I cannot see you, but I believe that I cannot see you currently.
Okay, my camera is on, so I don't know what the issue is, but I'll go on with my testimony.
All right, thank you for appearing. You have 5 minutes.
I'm sorry?
You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Dear Chairman Anderson and board members of the Alcohol Beverage Control, Happy New Year. We're all happy to see 2021 come. Thank you for holding this important public hearing today in regards to the future of medical cannabis delivery in the District of Columbia for proposed rulemaking. I am Linda Mercado Green, owner and CEO of Anacostia Organics, the first medical marijuana dispensary east of the river, located in Ward 8 in historic Anacostia. We're getting ready to celebrate our 2-year anniversary being open on January 24th, and we're delighted. Additionally, I am the chair of the DC Cannabis Trade Association, the host of Cannabis Conversations podcast on DC Radio, which is the first and only DC government cannabis media program, and the chair of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force for the Cannabis Trade Federation. I was also honored to be appointed to the Reopen DC Committee by Mayor Bowser, serving on the medical committee representing the cannabis industry. However, today I'm representing my business, Anacostia Organics. I agree with all of the comments made by former council member Yvette Alexander on behalf of the DC Cannabis Trade Association, also for the record. By Mayor Bowser declaring medical marijuana dispensaries as an essential business during this dreadful public health emergency, doors open for us, which we have been requesting from the Department of Health for a long time to better serve our patients. 1, pre-ordering for in-store pickup, 2, curbside pickup, and 3, home delivery. We are categorized as a pharmacy, but we're denied the same privileges as other mainstream pharmacies for whatever reason. Now, under ABRA, we are able to better serve our patients, to be able to obtain their medications, just as they were going to any pharmacy of their choice. Home delivery has been extremely successful for my business, Anacostia Organics. It was a slow start for us, but now it's an important part of our business. The majority of my patients are veterans, seniors, and those who have extreme mobility issues, not to mention the lack of transportation even with their own community here east of the river. Home delivery has been a blessing, and they are so grateful. For now, these patients are able to get their medical cannabis medications delivered right to their homes, negating the contact exposure to a person who has the COVID virus knowingly or unknowingly. Therefore, we are hoping home delivery for medical cannabis patients to become a permanent law in the District of Columbia. I, for one, volunteer to help ABRA in any aspect to make this possible. My staff and I recommend the following improvements. One, patients should be able to have their caretakers pick up products from the delivery vehicle. For our delivery drivers have informed us, it breaks their hearts to see patients struggle to make it to the delivery vehicle in all types of weather because they are impaired and have health issues that create mobility issues. Two, there should be no limit of the number of vehicles or drivers due to the increase of delivery and on-demand services. Three, all delivery drivers should be vetted and have background checks as dispensary employees have to as well. Four, dispensaries should have the right to outsource delivery to a third-party delivery service. And five, medical cannabis patients with valid state medical cannabis cards, either paper cards or on their cell phones, which we're hoping we graduate to in DC, should be allowed to have their medical cannabis delivered to wherever they are staying in DC, the hotels or wherever, because people are very mobile now. That is all we have at this time. Once again, thank you very much to listening to our industry today, for holding this public hearing. And I'm going to stay around for the entire thing to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Green. All right, our next witness is Mr. Norbert Pickett, President and CEO of DC Holistic Wellness. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of Mr. Pickett, please?
Pickett, your rights have been elevated.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Pickett. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman Anderson, and good morning, Board. Thank you for everybody attending today in this important hearing. My name is Norbert Pickett, owner of DC Holistic Wellness. We are the 7th dispensary to come online here in the district. We also are I'm also the first African-American to solely own his dispensary. And when I say that, I mean, I have no partners, no loans. I use my own capital. I own the building, and I completely finance and run the business and operate the business myself. And I'm very proud of that. We also are the first cannabis business on the East Coast to unionize with the UFCW Local 400. So we are a fully unionized facility that gives our employees free community college to them and their immediate family. We give raises every 6 months. We give health insurance. We give vision. We give dental. We give a retirement plan, sick leave, funeral leave, campaign leave. We have really worked out a great program for our employees, because I look at this industry as something, I want my employees to look at this industry as a career and not a job. So I'm very proud of some of the things that we've done in the district since we've opened, and we're going to continue to work hard. Let me start by saying that I'm a patient first, because I come to this industry as a broken man. I'm physically disabled from being hit in a car accident where I've had 22 spinal surgeries. I had to learn how to walk again twice. I almost died from having a screw put in my aorta. And so I was basically taking 5 different opioids at once. Cannabis helped me transition off the opioids, which gave me a better quality of life. So everything I do, it's on the behalf of patients. I advocate on the behalf of patients. Once I received my license, which I actually got through a lawsuit, there's corruption within the program. I actually had to file a lawsuit because another owner had created a straw man that the judge had found. This suit is still going on. And this type of behavior is what keeps African Americans out of the cannabis business in District of Columbia. I am totally against any one of these owners being on the board because the board needs to be independent and it should not be corrupted. So I agree. I don't think any owner of any of the cannabis business should be participating on the ABRA board. That's the first thing. Let me go into the delivery system, as that's what we're here to discuss today. First, the system in its state, to me, works just fine. I don't think we need any third-party delivery services. What were these companies doing before delivery was established? I think any dispensary and the delivery and their employees who are registered through the ABRA system and our program, who have had background checks, should be able to deliver product every day. The only so that's the first thing. We don't need any third party. The dispensaries can handle this themselves with their own employees. The second thing is we should increase the hours of delivery, I feel, from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. so that patients can have more access during the day. The other thing that we should do, I believe, is we should increase the amount of delivery a delivery person could carry, because if we're increasing the hours, we're going to have to increase the amount of medication that the delivery person can carry. I think that there should be no more than 2 or 3 cars registered at a dispensary for delivery. In case one car breaks down, you have another car. Something goes sideways with that car, you have another car. The funny thing about this whole thing is when we were introducing this law, I was the only owner that supported it because I wanted to give disabled patients and immune compromised patients the ability to not have to come in a dispensary during COVID in order to get the medication. No other owner supported me in this. And so these owners were against it before, now they're for it. And now the interesting thing, they want to unleash a whole fleet of vehicles and a third party to deliver the delivery. And what I requested before this meeting was data. We needed to have data to actually have an accurate description or accurate conversation about what is needed for delivery, but we don't have that data today. And so I'm just going to go forward with what my thoughts are. And I don't believe we should have a lockbox. That's another thing for a delivery guy to turn his back on and fuddle with so he can get robbed. I mean, it's just something that holds you up. So those are my thoughts, and I look forward to continuing to work with you on future legislations. Thank you for your time today, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Pickett. All right, the next person to testify is Mr. Michael Bobo from National Holistic. And Miss Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of Mr. Bobo?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Bebe is not on the line, but Mr. Michael Bobo is.
Yeah, that's what that's why I did say Mr. Bobo.
Mr. Michael Bobo, you guys have been elevated.
Yes. Mr. Bobo?
Yes, there I am.
All right, you have 5 minutes, please. If you have a camera, if you can turn it on. If not, you have 5 minutes. You can start, sir.
Okay, I'm trying to turn on my camera now. Let me see. I can't seem to get the camera working. So.
All right, well, that's fine. You can testify. So you have 5 minutes.
First of all, my name is Michael Bobo, owner of National Holistic Healing Center in DuPont Circle. Thank you, Chairman Anderson, for holding this hearing, and thank you to the board. Happy New Year to each and all of you. Since delivery and curbside has been enacted in DC, the licensed dispensary owners and the licensed dispensaries have successfully completed thousands of safe delivery and curbside transactions. This has been extremely helpful for the patients and caregivers of Washington DC. It's allowed them to obtain their medicine in a safe way while reducing contact, as the mayor requested each of us do. Therefore, I do agree with all of Yvette Alexander's from the DC Cannabis Trade Association's positions. And in addition to that, we are requesting the following: that dispensaries be allowed to deliver as they see fit, be contracting with other companies, dispensaries being allowed to have an unlimited amount of delivery vehicles, and the patients potentially be allowed to increase their limit. Patients are allowed a 4 ounce per 30-day limit for medicated products, and you're seeing that when we're looking to reduce the amount of trips that people are making in and out the house, that allowing an increased limit would help them to stay home further and while not patients who are opting for delivery and curbside are often elderly, immunocompromised, and seeking safer alternatives. Therefore, that's why I'm requesting these methods. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bobo, for your testimony this morning. All right, the next witness is Corey Barnett, CEO of Metropolitan Wellness Center. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of Corey Barnett, please?
Mr. Barnett, your rights have been elevated.
Excellent. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Mr. Barnett, we can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Thank you.
Yes, now I can see you. So go ahead, sir. You have 5 minutes, please.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Anderson, for hosting this hearing, and thank you to Abra. I, like the other dispensary operators, am thrilled that Abra has taken over the medical marijuana program. And my name is Corey Barnett. I'm the owner of District Growers and the owner of Metropolitan Wellness Center. We are the first minority-owned cultivation operation and the first minority-owned dispensary in Washington, D.C. We have been active in the passage of almost all of the legislation that has come to the council to this date, and we have been proposing delivery as part of previous revisions of legislation before the emergency legislation was passed. And so we were happy that the emergency legislation was passed because it helped to fulfill the mayor's goals in reducing the spread of the COVID virus. And we are thrilled that the council is now considering the maintenance of that legislation and making it permanent. I rise today to echo the comments of the DC Cannabis Trade Association, that of the Khan family at Tacoma Wellness, that of Michael Bobo at National Holistic, that of Linda Green at Anacostia Organics. And without repeating the requests, we would offer the following comments as additions, in addition to what they had to offer in the sake of time. We would ask that there be no restrictions because the current legislation is silent on the licensing of or certain provisions around the licensing of drivers. We would ask that there be explicit language that prevented any restriction on returning citizens and allow them to actively engage in returning to or participating in the regulated side of the industry as employees. And if there are future licenses, that there also not be restrictions on returning citizens being able to gain licenses to actually own and operate. In section 5703.3 little d in the whole, there is a provision that requires the vehicle maintain a GPS tracking system. We would ask that that there be an allowance there for drivers to have handheld devices that serve to fulfill this GPS tracking requirement, and that the restriction not be on the vehicle, but that make sure that either the vehicle or the driver have a GPS tracking device. As we all know, a lot of people use their handheld or their mobile phone for directions and things of that nature. We could also say that we support the idea that there be no limitation on drivers. And we also want to put emphasis on comments made by Rabbi Khan earlier in this testimony or hearing or roundtable, wherein it is absolutely the case that there are times when members of the medical marijuana program may be at other family members' homes and need their medicine. They may be in other parts of our city and need access to their medicine, and they may seek delivery. And the provision that we are only allowed to deliver to the patient's home address is somewhat overly restrictive. And to the degree that we can verify that it is the patient that we are delivering to, we should be allowed to deliver to wherever they are, provided they are in the district. With that, I'll yield and thank you for hosting this hearing. We look forward to the outcomes and the legislation that's being proposed. And again, we welcome the opportunity to work with ABRA in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barnett, for your testimony today. All right, thank you. All right, the next person to testify is Courtney Davis, Director of Government Relations for Marijuana Matters. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of Ms. Davis, please?
Ms. Davis, you have been elevated.
Hello.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Davis. And you have, good morning. Thanks for appearing this morning. You have 5 minutes, ma'am.
Okay. Hello, Chairperson Anderson and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss cannabis delivery and social equity in Washington, D.C. My name is Courtney Davis, and I serve as the Director of Government Relations for Marijuana Matters. Marijuana Matters is a nonprofit that's focused on standardizing social equity in the cannabis industry and the way that it's understood in the public. We believe that the key to creating an equitable industry is by expanding the social equity cannabis ecosystem, creating a new license structure that includes delivery and potential future access to the cannabis supply chain will provide opportunities to create a more inclusive workforce. Delivery done right presents opportunities for a safe and responsible cannabis industry, one that does no harm. 15 states, including Washington, D.C., offer some sort of delivery service under a specific regulatory scheme. The current structure of delivery drivers as employees only of the dispensary does offer employment opportunities, but it doesn't create any true skill set, nor does it truly prioritize individuals from communities disproportionately impacted by the war on drug policies. Most recently, states like Colorado and Massachusetts are realizing the benefits of creating cannabis delivery license structures with an exclusivity period for social equity applicants. Officials believe that this should help cut into the unregulated market while also helping to create a more equitable playing field for Black and Brown entrepreneurs who often so far struggle to enter into the capital-intensive legal marijuana business across the nation. Denver recently created a new license structure, and for the first 6 years they're available, the delivery licenses would only be available to social equity applicants. Existing dispensaries that want to provide delivery services have the opportunity to partner with third party for the first 3 years, and then they could provide those services in-house. In addition to the courier-like license, Massachusetts, which is one of the first states to legalize medical and adult use cannabis, has also created a second form of delivery license for the industry that essentially allows companies to operate like retailers without physical storefronts, buying marijuana products in bulk from suppliers and reselling the inventory online via home delivery. This is not necessarily something that might work in DC, but just wanted to give you an idea of what some states are thinking about that have been operating for a while and have had an opportunity to look at their laws and make new recommendations. Our organization has created a social equity toolkit that provides guiding principles that communities and policymakers and businesses can use as they strive to create regulations that will help to create equity in the marketplace. And so we're happy to be a partner for ABRA, and also thank you again for the opportunity to speak and look forward to continuing the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Davis. All right. The next person who is scheduled to testify is Ms. Jennifer Snowden McKay, founder, High Road Delivery. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of Ms. Jennifer Snowden McKay, please?
Ms. Snowden, your rights have been elevated.
Hi. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Thank you for appearing today, and you have 5 minutes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thanks. So I am Jennifer Snowden McKay. I'm the CEO and founder of High Road Delivery, a third-party cannabis delivery platform operating in DC, Maryland, and Virginia, soon to be Michigan, Massachusetts, and Missouri in just a few months. In practice, dispensaries contract with us to provide a range of e-commerce and delivery logistics services that enable them to offer deliveries to their patients without taking on the burden of becoming a delivery company themselves. Having been active in the DC delivery space with drivers on the road, even as we speak right now, I'm happy to be here to offer a little bit of insight into how deliveries work, kind of what we're seeing as the best practices across the board, and to help do my part to make sure that DC takes advantage of this opportunity to really become the gold standard of how to safely and efficiently use delivery to increase access to cannabis patients throughout the city. So I want to start by giving a little framework of what delivery as a business model looks like compared to being a retail dispensary, for example. So, retailers, they sell, they're product experts, they build rapport with their customers, advise them on their purchases, ring them up, get them on their way. The focus is on inventory, store management, customer experience, compliance. While we share that same commitment to compliance and customer experience, delivery is truly about logistics management, which is a completely different skill set focused on how to efficiently move products from one point to another. Being a good retailer doesn't necessarily translate into being a great delivery provider. Just as being a great chef that runs a successful restaurant doesn't necessarily translate to that restaurant being able to offer a great delivery experience. So just as they turn to DoorDash, Uber Eats, and the like, dispensaries can turn to us to help them. As we look at the industry at large, we see delivery becoming as integral a part of the cannabis experience as food delivery is to restaurants, or even as Amazon has become to retail. In fact, the direct-to-consumer model is already emerging in many of the more mature markets, most specifically among vertically integrated players, and all signs point to that trend continuing. For this reason, what we've done at High Road is gone beyond just offering driver services, but we've taken the steps to create a platform that empowers all interested dispensaries, vertical or not, to take part in a more standardized delivery method that, from a customer's perspective, is consistent with the delivery options that they've come to enjoy and expect across other industries. So now to kind of share a little more about how the process works, delivery as a service thrives on volume. So in order for delivery businesses to be effective, we have to create a cost structure that depends on shared driver and technology resources so that no one patient or dispensary absorbs so much of the cost that the service becomes prohibitive. With that understanding, I'd very much love to see delivery become a permanent fixture in the district. More specifically, I'm in support of DC offering direct delivery licenses to those ancillary service providers, especially if those licenses are offered through a social equity program. My request, however, would be that these licenses be limited in number such that delivery providers are given the opportunity to achieve the volume necessary to be successful. I believe that in considering what that license looks like, some of the following criteria would be important in measuring whether a company could stand up to that. Some of those things would be having a clear system in place to hire, train, and place qualified drivers, having the technology and tools in place to efficiently track orders, drivers, and deliveries from order creation through delivery completion, having an effective process in place to manage products and money while on the road, which could include offering cashless e-commerce solutions, having clear standard operating procedures in place that the DC blesses that ensure compliance at all levels, including all necessary emergency protocols, and having a plan in place to ensure that the new jobs being created are given to those community members who have otherwise been restricted from participation in the field, including returning citizens, and especially if these opportunities extend beyond just entry-level positions. So those are my comments for today. I appreciate your consideration, and I'd love the opportunity to continue to work with ABRA, our wonderful dispensaries, and community at large in fully developing a permanent delivery model for the district.
Thank you, Ms. Snowden McKay. Thank you very much for your testimony. All right. Our next person who's scheduled to testify today is Mr. Brian Jackson, who's the General Manager of DC Holistic Wellness. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of Mr. Brian Jackson, please?
Jackson, you're right, elevated.
All right. Don't know if can you guys hear me? Good morning.
Yes, Mr. Jackson, we can hear you, and I can't see you, but I can hear you. But you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, good morning, everybody. I want to thank the board for hosting this meeting this morning, and thank you for your time. I'm not going to be very long, but again, my name is Brian Jackson. I'm the general manager here at DC Holistic Wellness. I've worked in cultivation and retail in the District of Columbia as a badged employee since 2018. I'm a lifelong DC resident. I'm a Ward 7 resident. I've been living in Ward 7 since 2015. Always have lived in DC. And I'm also a drug war veteran. I would like to start off just with a preface statement. I've heard a lot of interesting comments today, and I see a lot of interesting perspectives, but I just want to start off with this statement. Social equity is not a word, but a well-conceived action. And I would like the board to please consider that ancillary ownership is not a true stake in this industry. So I will now get into my statements today regarding delivery. I want to start by saying that DC Holistic Wellness has had a seamless transition operationally with the guidance passed down when delivery was implemented. We've had 100% accurate reporting to both DOH and ABRA weekly. Most importantly, our delivery program has allowed us to get medicine to patients that needed the most during the pandemic. The delivery program has allowed us to create 3 permanent positions for badged employees who are all district residents. I agree. I want to say also that I do agree with Rabbi Khan and a few of the other owners that stated that delivery should be permitted to any DC medical card holder. One issue that I see that's very prevalent right now is that you have people, DC is a transient city. People live in apartments, leases, and things of that nature. People move and the DMV is closed. So people just don't have ways to get updated IDs. So we've had to turn down a number of people because their IDs either don't match the address that we have on file here in our system, or that they haven't been able to obtain a suitable ID. So I would like for the board to please consider allowing delivery to any DC medical patient with a medical card. I want to go on to say that I wanted to start off again by requesting that, I think one of the most important topics of this meeting and no one has addressed is that ABRA and MPD seriously work to shut down illegal delivery services. It's very difficult for district residents to differentiate between legal and illegal services. I have a prime example. At 1334 North Capitol Street Northwest, there's an establishment called All American Bakery. They have a cannabis leaf actually displayed on their door, and they have a website and a delivery service. If I was new to DC and I had no knowledge of, you know, where to obtain medicine, I would ride by this building with a cannabis leaf on it, and I would go to their website and I would probably utilize their business. This circumvents income from license holders, and it's just one of many illegal businesses that we must compete with. So this is both a safety and a public health issue, and it's also a contradiction to you know, the war on drugs that existed for a number of years that victimized myself and my family. That, you know, the government, ABRA, and the police are looking the other way on many of these businesses that are operating with impunity. But numbers of families lost family members and were victimized by the war on drugs. So I would implore you guys to make that a priority. Lastly, I just want to state that I am firmly against third-party delivery services. And some of my concerns with third-party delivery services, most importantly, is that it's going to circumvent jobs from district residents. You know, we have a, you know, employee mandate that, you know, we have to employ a certain amount of district residents. If you have a third-party service, now you have a contractor, and this contractor is not obligated to follow the same laws and rules as the dispensary owner. It will also prohibit license holders that, like I said, from creating permanent badge jobs for employees, so that more people that have been victimized by the war on drugs can be included in the market. Lastly, I think only facility employees should be able to conduct deliveries, because they would have access to both patient records and metric. So just, you know, just food for thought. What would stop a delivery contractor, someone that's a contractor for a delivery service, from collecting information while working for a dispensary and going off on his own and starting a gray market service? So I think it's very important for the board to consider those points. I appreciate you guys' time today, and I yield the rest of it.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson, for your testimony today. And the next witness that we have was scheduled to testify is Mr. Charles Thornton. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of Mr. Thornton?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Thornton is not on the line.
Mr. Thornton, are you able to identify yourself? Raise your hand. Are you able to identify yourself, sir? I was given an information this morning that you were scheduled to testify. So if you are on the line, can you identify yourself and we will elevate your rights, sir? While we're waiting to see if Mr. Thornton has identified himself, is there any other member of the public who wishes to testify today? Can you please raise your hand through the chat service or send a message and with your name and contact with your name, and we'll have Ms. Andrews elevate your rights, please. So if there's any other member of the public who did not sign up to testify today who would like to testify, please raise your hand or please identify yourself in some ways, and we'll have you testify.
Mr. Jason Martin, I see your hand raised. Are you wishing to testify?
No, Mr. Martin is not. Mr. Martin, you have a case. You put something in the chat and I responded to it. Your case is at 1:30 this afternoon. So are you here to testify regarding the medical cannabis delivery, or are you here regarding your case that's scheduled for 1:30 this afternoon, sir?
Just for the case.
All right, so your case is scheduled for 1:30 this afternoon. So it's on our calendar for 1:30. So you can log on back at 1:30 this afternoon, sir.
Mr. Martin,
thank you.
Please lower your hand for me. Thank you.
Is there anyone else on the line who wishes to testify? Please raise your hand and Ms. Andrews will elevate your rights.
I think that's all, Mr. Chair.
All right. All right. All right. I want to thank everyone this morning for testifying, and one of the things that we're going to do, I have some questions, and so what I would like, just some questions, and then other board members are welcome to answer questions. And if you want to respond, can you please raise your hand, and we'll have you testify. One of the questions I'm just curious about is that if a social equity, and I know there were testimony on social equity, so if a social equity program is incorporated into the medical cannabis program generally, or for delivery services specifically, what should the goals be? What should it do? Who should qualify? Who should the benefits be? Reserve licenses, technical assistance, loans, financing. If anyone wants to address that issue, can you please raise your hand, and we will you can testify on that issue, please. Anyone?
I think I had missed part of the question. This is Eric Spencer.
Yes, I'm sorry. The question is that if a social equity program is incorporated into the medical cannabis program generally, or for delivery service specifically, what should the goals be? Who should it? What should it do? Who should qualify for it? Who should benefit? Who should the benefits be? Reserve licensees, technical assistance loan. Just if you have any views on if we were to do a social equity program, any views on that, please?
Yes, everything you.
I'm sorry, who's speaking? Please.
This is Eric Spencer.
Go ahead, Mr. Spencer.
Everything that you mentioned would be a decent start. I mean, social equity is evolving, and in most states, if not all states, have failed. Because the number one issue, and that will go with any business, Chairman, is funding. You know, if there's no funding available, then the program won't be as robust and have the intended effect, number one. Number two, throughout the country, some of the cannabis companies that are already operating offer technical assistance through incubators. That's another key component. You know, they get incentives, you know, because, you know, men and women formerly incarcerated and who have been, you know, dramatized by the war on drugs, you know, they don't have the complete understanding. And I'll say that for everybody who gets in this industry. You know, a lot of people, you know, they're coming from doctors, lawyers, people with the means, but don't have the intellectual capacity at the beginning. So we're all learning as we go on. But I think it's imperative here in the district, you know, which has some of the best programs in the country, to create a social equity program and be intentional when when it's created, you know, to make sure that, you know, Black and brown people get into the game.
All right, thank you, Mr. Spencer. Is there anyone else who wants to speak on this issue?
This is Jason Aldridge speaking. I would also like to add, whether it's third party or not, I think one of the most important things that we want to include is making sure that the opportunities are going to district residents first somehow. And then maybe after that, returning citizens who have been impacted, they would offer maybe like a chance at redemption. So when we're talking about social equity, you want to make sure that you're implementing programs that are geared towards the people who deserve the reparations, so to speak. So I would just add that if something could be implemented to see to it that the employees of the program or employees that are doing delivery services are district residents. I would just offer that as well.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to speak on that issue?
Yes, I do.
Who's there? Go ahead.
Yes, again, I'm Milford Washington, and I am a graduate of Georgetown University School of Continuing Studies, the paralegal program by Morka. And I'm gonna first put out there the question that you asked as far as the goal. The goal would be, or I would hope the goal would be to the disenfranchised recipients. They must be. I'm sorry about that, but it should be open to individuals who have been released for at least 48 months. I think because within the 48-month period, studies have shown that people returning from incarceration may be open to recidivism. So I think 48 months is a good threshold if any legislation would be drafted, or any rules would be drafted as far as who would qualify. But it will have to be individuals who were previously incarcerated for marijuana offenses. Not all returning citizens have prior marijuana arrest. I'm a returning citizen. I've never been arrested for any drugs or anything of that nature. So I would be excluded, of course. Also, I want to bring about because of my paralegal background, I am skilled in maybe drafting a proposed draft if the board wants to know what it would look like. So I'm open to assisting the board on that, and you know, outside of my professional capacity. I work for an organization that is Rising for Justice, a nonprofit. We're funded by the DC Bar Association. So I have a background in drafting a lot of legislation and things of that nature, but I'm willing to come on board and answer that question of what it may look like if the board was to make this particular rule. And as far as the third party, my question is, I don't know, that's a gray area for me, because I'm into the social equity. I'm focusing on that, and I don't think necessarily that third parties would fill that void, if that's the right word. But so how these returning citizens would definitely have a property issue on how to obtain property, the locations, which is the zoning issue, where they're going to store cannabis, in a license that may be non-retail storefront, like California. California issues that license is non-storefront. So that's a warehouse issue. As far as how the accounting will go, there's the metric system, the track and trace. That warehouse, it could, I don't know if it may be ran by the city. I don't know, but they can get their cannabis from the existing cultivation centers until maybe the board can come up with a rule where they can expand into owning their own cultivation centers. But the goal would be to be free from the existing dispensaries and the existing cultivation centers in the district. But to be tied into them and somehow still chained to them, it just would defeat the goal of social equity and justice and being able to break free from those chains, or those who would otherwise monopolize the industry and keep out disenfranchised people. But I'm open to helping the board draft some sort of legislation or rule.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Washington. Regarding the social equity issue, if anyone else wants to speak, please, and you could also, hold on, let me just, are you aware of any successes or failures with other jurisdictions' social equity programs? So, okay.
Okay, this is Linda Green. So I'd like to speak on this issue, since I'm doing a lot of this nationally. I think the first thing the DC government needs to do is to expunge these records. The records are being sealed in DC. Sealing is not expunging people for small possessions of marijuana or cannabis or anything. We need to expunge just like other states are doing, not seal the records. So if it's expunged, it's not going to be there on the federal background checks, But secondly, this is an issue nationwide. The cannabis industry is being forced to be more diverse, to create social equity programs, and but people are rushing into it so much that the programs are failing, such as in Massachusetts, such as in Oakland, such as in Illinois. So everybody's having to go back to the table and restructure. How they failing? They're issuing grants. The grants aren't even enough to cover the application fees or hiring someone to write your application. The finances are the biggest struggle that we have as minorities in this industry. So I'm going to recommend that that ABRA, or the city, creates a task force, a very diverse task force of people in the industry, in various parts of the industry in DC. We are the capital city of the country, and I always say we're the capital city of the world. Everybody's watching us, and everybody's going to look at our rollout of recreational, our social equity program. But right now, I can tell you we are a small market, legal market here, and I think that's what we are discussing, the legal licenses and expanding those legal licenses for other opportunities for DC residents. But I think that we need to come together, put together our ideas, look at what's worked, look at what has not worked. There is absolutely nothing that is uniform in this industry from state to state, even from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. And as far as getting products from Maryland or Virginia, anywhere, we're still federally illegal. So that's our first battle. And that's what we're working very hard on the Hill to end prohibition. And then we can have interstate, intrastate exchange of products and, and that type of thing. So it's going to require a lot of work, but we can do it. DC can do this for DC residents primarily.
All right, thank you, Ms. Green. Is there anyone else who wants to speak on this social equity issue?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hold on, Miss. All right, hold on. All right, Ms. Gibson, I was told that you want to testify. I was going to get to you in time, but go ahead.
Okay.
And introduce yourself for the record, please.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Shara Gibson. Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my name is Shara Gibson. I'm the founder of Can Ventures. We provide business development and technical assistance to aspiring entrepreneurs looking to enter into the cannabis industry. I'm also the owner of Planted Roots Hemp Boutique, and we provide hemp CBD products that are produced and crafted by small and emerging businesses. I just wanted to offer some remarks just to answer your questions, and I can provide my testimony in a written format in the interest of time. But as far as the social equity and what it looks like in DC, I think the board should really look at some of our, meaning the district government's existing programs and how it can be retooled for cannabis. So for example, on the issue of returning citizens, how can we retool the Aspire to Entrepreneurship program to encourage participation from returning citizens? As far as the issue of delivery and how do we get returning citizens into that, I think maybe you should look at an option where you either have a workforce development or a licensing type where the majority of that delivery company is owned by a DC returning citizen. I think as far as an infrastructure to support small businesses, you can look within the resources of DOES, DSLBD, or even DEMPED to start to create an infrastructure that supports local businesses. I think DC is very unique in its creation of its programs in that it's very locally centered. So as far as how do we create that infrastructure, I think there's a lot of pieces that are already there. I think there are a lot of professionals who are already present in this space, like myself, who can give that type of guidance to aspiring entrepreneurs. Because as we continue with another year without regulations and laws that permit a more open market, we're facing a lot of challenges from the gray market. So it's important that we at least pilot some sort of program that signals to the public, that signals to the nation that DC is ready to start to cultivate, if you will, small businesses and entrepreneurs in this space, even if it means making some sort of designation that dispensaries do business with local DC entrepreneurs as far as packaging or other professional services. Mandate that the same way how you all mandate the construction industry to work with small businesses. So those are just some of the comments that I wanted to quickly offer. I'll definitely submit a written testimony just in the interest of time. But if there's any questions, I'll be happy to offer my expertise as far as small business development and training is concerned.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gibson. I'm going to ask another question, and then I'm going to have the other board members ask questions if they want. But regarding delivery, are there any specific rules related to delivery that are overly burdensome or unnecessary? Raise your hand if you have any questions. Everyone can. Remember, we're going to write rules and regulations, so this is your opportunity to advise us regarding delivery. So the current delivery rules, are there any that you believe are overly burdensome or unnecessary? This is for anyone.
This is Corey Barnett.
Yes, Mr. Barnett.
To that, I would say that there are two in particular, and I think there have been comments in testimony previously that speak to them. Currently, under the delivery requirements, you're only allowed to have one vehicle. That is obviously overly burdensome. We have a city that experiences significant amounts of congestion at time, obviously in a pre-COVID world. But if a driver is going, let's say to Northwest and then has a call or a need in Southeast, then that could be hours before people are able to get access to their medicine under the medical marijuana program. And so that does place what we think is a significant burden. And so the relief of the one car provision and to allow the operators to staff or have vehicles in accordance with their demand load is something that we would ask. And then secondly, I would say that the requirement that drivers be actual employees of the dispensary can place certain it makes it difficult to have a third-party provider at times, and I think that if we get some relief there, it makes it easier to put together or hire companies to actually provide the service. If the dispensary didn't want to own vehicles and insure vehicles themselves, it creates an opportunity for them to make better partnerships with third-party providers. But those are the first two that come to mind.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett. Go ahead.
Chairman, please. I just want to let Mr. Barnett know ABRA has already changed from one delivery vehicle to 3. So each dispensary can have up to 3 drivers and 3 delivery vehicles, I believe. I know at least 3. It may be
I was speaking to the way I'm speaking to the way that the legislation was originally written. And
Oh, yeah.
I guess what I'm suggesting is that each dispensary should be able to decide how many vehicles they need. Or if it is a third-party provider, the third-party provider should be able to use as many vehicles as necessary to service demand. And so if we go to a world where we do have third-party providers, even if you restrict a third-party provider, if that third-party provider has more than 2 or 3 different clients or whatever, then you're simultaneously preventing their ability to be effective for everyone. And so every one of their clients. And so I would just suggest that the number of vehicles be limited be determined by the operator that is actually doing the service or providing the service.
Okay, thank you. But I do want to make a comment that we would really like to be able to deliver to our state registered medical marijuana patients any place that they are in the District of Columbia, not necessarily to their home. People get sick, they have to move in with a sibling or child, and you know, all types of things happen, and they cannot get their medication from home delivery if that's the case, because they are not at their residence. So they would actually have to come into the dispensary. So it should, if you have a legal and valid card, you should be able to get your delivery anywhere you are in the District of Columbia. Also, I would like to see us, and this is a way that we can really combat the illegal market, which is killing us, that are licensed, to be able to deliver to legally licensed out-of-state patients who are staying in DC where they are staying. So those are, I think those are the 2 most cumbersome. Oh, the other thing is for caretakers to be able to come to the vehicle to get the medications rather than have the patient actually come down with the caretaker to get it.
All right, thank you, Ms. Green. Any other comments from anyone regarding this issue? Who's
This is
Oh, go ahead, Brian.
This is Brian Jackson. Again, from DC Holistic Wellness. I just again want to implore the board. You know, last night we saw what happened with the Senate, and changes are going to be coming to the industry very fast. So I would like to see the most robust delivery program rolled out, by the program that is run by the dispensaries. Because in a year from now, if we do third party, you might be looking at a wild, wild west out there in terms of the gray market might even get worse after legalization, after federal legalization. So I just wanted to put that out there. And also I would like to ask the board if they could consider having a hearing on social equity moving forward. You know, I have a number of comments on it. And I just really don't think that having conversation on social equity while discussing delivery is even appropriate. So, you know, I would love to implore the board to schedule a meeting going forward to discuss social equity, because again, we're going to have a lot of changes coming in the law soon. And DC doesn't want to be left, you know, looking bad. We've had this program running now since 2014. You have New Jersey coming online. And I think that the board needs to really look at moving swiftly to creating the most robust program for license holders as they can, and not get into trivial matters like third-party services and things of that nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments by anyone?
Yeah, I'd like to chime in on the issue of delivery drivers having to be employees.
And this is Mr. Spencer.
Yeah, this is Mr. Spencer talking. Yeah, that, you know, when we look at Massachusetts and these other states with delivery, they do that for a reason, to allow men and women who have been harmed by the war on drugs to participate. So by restricting it to being an employee of the dispensary becomes a one-stop shop, and there's no equity and there's no wealth building in the community. A lot of these men and women, granted, returning citizens, are delivery drivers for Uber, Amazon, so they already know the nuances of travel. Delivering packages, delivering goods, delivering services for that matter. So I think by having this conversation on delivery, you have to have the conversation of social equity. I mean, when you talk about cannabis, you have to have that conversation. It can never be an afterthought because 90% of the industry is controlled by whites. 90% of DC's arrest rate for cannabis is for blacks. So we have to find a medium there.
Mr. Anderson, this is Norbert.
I'm sorry, hold on.
Mr. Anderson, Norbert Pickett.
Speaking.
I would like to just comment really quickly on what Mr. Spencer said. I respect the comments,
Can you
Mr. Spencer.
identify yourself?
I'm sorry, Brian Jackson, DC Holistic Wellness. One thing that I want to say, Mr. Spencer, is I live in Ward 7. I live about 10 blocks away from the dispensary that I worked at. I started out as a delivery driver. I worked part-time here. I worked through the ranks, and now I'm the general manager here after a year. It's very important that, employment for me means that I have insurance for my child. Employment for me means now that I have a retirement plan. Uber and Lyft are cool, but Uber and Lyft don't have a pension. So I just want to leave that out there for you.
And Mr. Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. All right, anyone else wants to comment?
Yes, Mr. Anderson, this is Norbert Pickett. I'd like to comment.
Mr. Pickett. Mr. Pickett, do you have a camera? And the reason why I've never met you, sir, and I'd at least like to see what you look like. That's the only reason if you have one.
Absolutely. I thought it was on. I'm sorry. Is it working now?
Yes, yes, it's on. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. Nice to meet you, I guess, via, camera. I'd just like to add that, because we are unionized, we're not using third parties like Uber or Lyft. It gives us, my employees have benefits for delivery guys, and they have a wage scale, and they get raises. So that to me is incentive to keep it in-house. Also, what happens when a third party breaks the regs or breaks the laws? Who's accountable? Is it the third party accountable now? Or is it the dispensaries accountable who hire there or retain their services? We can't also have third parties having access to patients' information or know where cannabis is being transported to. I think all of these, I think under the current systems, we're working just fine. Like I said, we're in Ward 7 at the east end of the city. We delivered to northeast, southeast, southwest, northwest, northeast. I mean, we have had no issue delivering cannabis, 7, 8, 9 deliveries a day, and the amount of time we've had to. Now, the city is a little tore up right now because of construction, but I feel that, a third party is not needed. I think 2 to 3 cars should be sufficient. I think expanding the hours will accommodate having additional cars. That way patients get their medication later or earlier. So I think other than that, opening up to a third party would be bad for the program.
All right. What are other people's view regarding third party? I'm just asking. Please, yes, go ahead, Mr. Washington, and whoever else wants to speak after.
Okay, again, I'm going to make the distinction between a third party in case those are third parties. I don't know anything about third parties. I was kind of shocked to hear that a third party was already operating in DC. I don't want to assume that it was going on before the mayor even initiated delivery services in DC. But where I'm at, the mayor has made it clear that there is a barrier. And I think I heard someone say that this is not the appropriate time to speak on behalf of social equity. And maybe someone did say that or not, but there is a barrier, and this is the window to bring this up, or otherwise it may be a window or a door that may close. But the sentiment that I'm hearing is that the existing dispensaries are just making it exclusive for themselves. But this is the window. This is the area of social equity. It cannot be avoided, and California is already doing it. They have a non-storefront retail delivery license for social equity applicants. In fact, California put a 5-year moratorium on the existing dispensaries and they actually took the state to court, but it's still in litigation at this point. California recognizes it, that at some point we have to get in. And for a delivery license, a warehouse, you know, storing cannabis that's purchased from an existing cultivation center, you know, the drivers or whatnot, the owners of those companies can be signed in the metric. It's no different than an existing brick and mortar dispensary. It's just a mobile dispensary. Same rules, same liabilities. Nothing's going to change. I can draft the legislation. I'm good at that. I can do it. But I just think that this is the window. You know, non-delivery storefronts, they can have pension plans. They're companies. Don't see the difference. I'm done.
Hey, Chairman, I'm just going to add one final thing.
Identify yourself.
Mr. Eric Spencer. First, Mr. Brian and Norbert's comments are much appreciated. But I just want the board to know one thing. There is a fundamental difference between employment and ownership.
Absolutely.
A fundamental difference, number one. And number two is, if the district was to create delivery license like other states for social equity, then they would be able to monitor it. So I just wanted to put that out there. I mean, I think Blacks, you know, in this industry that suffer so much, that it's important that we should all be thinking about ownership. Working is cool, but ownership creates generational wealth, something that has been lacking in the African-American neighborhood. And I say this in conclusion, by allowing men and women formerly incarcerated or who have been harmed by the war on drugs to offer delivery services, then they can have 3 vehicles. So that's 3 employees plus an owner. That's 4 individuals creating equity in a Black neighborhood that's been harmed by the war on drugs. So I just wanted to put that out there. But, you know, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer.
If there's a moment, I want to comment.
Who's speaking, please?
Brian Jackson, DC Holistic Wellness. Mr. Spencer, you're very valid. Your points are very valid, and I appreciate you, man, and all the work that you're doing. The thing that I want to make clear to the board is that, and I want to make clear to everybody on this panel, is that, you know, the district did not do the laws, did not write the laws in 2014, you know, the right way in the first place. Social equity should have been included for cultivation licenses, for dispensary licenses. So the only point that I would like to make to everybody is that I want to talk about social equity in terms of ownership, in terms of cultivation, in terms of dispensaries, so that then I can have 3 delivery vehicles, and then I can employ the people from my community. What I don't want to see happen, and what I think is going to happen here in the district, unfortunately, is that we're going to shoehorn this thing, and what we're going to end up with is just delivery. So I want to just put on everybody's mind that the pie is much bigger, and we must have this conversation around cultivation. Cultivation is the moneymaker. The dispensary is the middleman. That we have, like, I'm sorry, Mr. Spencer, you probably know a little better, but you gave us the number of licenses that are available. I believe it's 10 cultivation licenses available. How many are in operation? I'm sorry?
It's 8 operated, 7 by white individuals, 1 by Blacks, and none by returning citizens. I definitely spoke about the cultivation licenses.
So let me make this point. I've worked in these cultivation facilities, both in Maryland and the District of Columbia. I know for a fact that out of the 7 licenses that are held in the district, 2 companies hold 2 licenses, and 1 is a multi-state operator. So if we're going to really have this conversation, let's bring all the facts to the table. And what I want to make clear to you guys is that, yes, I'm in agreement. If we, you know, if y'all want to start, you know, do a social equity program for delivery, that's fine, and that's cool. But it's a big problem in this industry as a whole, and it's a wave coming our way. And if we shoehorn and we just focus on delivery, we're missing a big point. So I just want to make that clear to everybody that, you know, originally these laws, they came short. We weren't able to ever revisit them as a Congress. And what we really need to talk about is true ownership. If I can own a cultivation center and employ 10 people, or own a dispensary, and then have a transportation company, that's what it's about. So I don't want to want us to get the short end of the stick. And that's, you know, I'm not against social equity in any way. What I've understood and what I've experienced in the industry is that I had to get in any way I could. Another gentleman talked about working 15 years in a facility, being treated the wrong way. I was spraying pesticides, getting paid the least, working 12 hours a day to put product out in cultivation facilities. I've done everything I can to get to the apex of my career, and it's no ceiling. It's a ceiling. There's no line for licenses for me. I can't do nothing else. Me going to start a delivery service, that don't make sense. So let's raise the bar when we talk about social equity, and that's all I'm saying. And I appreciate everybody's time, and I definitely appreciate you guys giving us the time to actually discuss social equity.
All right.
Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer and Ms. Art. Would someone else want to say something?
Yes, this is Shara Gibson with Kenai Ventures. Hi, I just wanted to offer a really quick comment. I think both of you all are providing some very excellent points around ownership versus employment for returning citizens. But it's also, in my experience, regardless of where we fall or what side of the fence we fall on this, there has to be some sort of technical assistance and training. So, we have to give the licensed businesses something that they can do while these returning citizens are being trained to either go into employment, go into business, or both. So I would just encourage the board to really look at, again, existing programs, either in DOES or other programs that we can benchmark from other jurisdictions. There has to be some sort of technical training involved.
All right.
Hello.
Thank you. Who wants to say something? I'm going to move on to have other board members ask questions, but who wants to?
This is Jason Aldridge. I just want to offer a final point along the lines of what was the dialogue that was taking place, and that is before the existence of Uber, the DC Department of Vehicles, or the department that runs the cab licenses and everything, they were almost not non-existent, but they weren't as much of a factor as they are today with the implementation of Uber and independent drivers and drivers being considered independent contractors. There was a whole development that DC was able to benefit from as far as people needing their what they call the limousine license or the for hire license. So I think that DC with the development that is taking place in that department over the last several years with the implementation of Uber and Lyft and drivers being required to have their for hire license through DC, I'm sure there would be a seamless, maybe not seamless, but there will be an opportunity to introduce that the drivers of these agencies and dispensaries, but in addition to maybe being agents of the dispensary, or if they are third party, that they have to go through DC Department of Vehicles for Hire to obtain a certain license and go through the proper background checks and the proper protocols to ensure that they are qualified to do the work. I'd also add that a lot of times when citizens come home, there's nothing in place for them to have assistance as far as clearing up past tickets, past driving records, past other barriers that prevent them from doing the one main thing, and that's just gaining identification and gaining licenses. So that also needs to be talked about when we're talking about building the social equity program, that things are in place in order to make sure that the resources are there for citizens that want to participate in the program, have the resources to go through the proper channels to participate successfully.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Aldridge. Hold on, Mr. Washington. Are there any board members who have any questions that they want to ask? They want to put out there? Any board members who have any questions that they want to ask? Since we have all these folks here, I have some other questions I can ask, but are there any questions?
I just have one, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Short, go ahead.
Regarding the delivery in the vehicles, I heard the discussion briefly regarding GPS on the vehicles. I think that's a very great way to keep track of exactly where deliveries are going. And it would help if there was a crime, if someone took a truck or hijacked a truck, then the police department would have a way to trace it. But if it was on the telephone, the delivery could be anywhere. And I don't think it would work out that well. That's just my opinion. But I'd like for anybody else who wants to key on that. But I really think that the trucks should have a security. A part of that security would be the GPS.
This is Brian Jackson from DC Holistic Wellness. I'd like to speak to that, Mr. Short.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
A part of the metric protocol, so the seed cell tracking system, we have to put a planned route in turn by turn. So that's that. Again, we're talking about job creation. Someone has to come in and create a route every day, put the deliveries into metric. So the ABRA gets the turn by turn directions for the delivery address before the driver even departs the vehicle, right after it's put into the system.
Thank you. I think that's great information. Thank you.
No problem.
I'd just like to add to that. This is Norbert Pickett.
Go ahead, Mr. Pickett.
Yes, and we also, every Monday before noon, we send you a report of all of the deliveries that were performed the week before.
All right. Thank you. All right. Any other questions by any of the board members? All right. Let me see.
This is Ms. Crockett. I have a question for the dispensary owners who are currently delivering regarding what Mr. Pickett just referenced regarding sending these reports weekly to ABRA regarding all of your deliveries. And there's also an MPD reporting requirement. And so I would like to know from the dispensary owners, is that onerous? Is that easy? Like, what is your feeling about this MPD reporting requirement in particular?
I can address that, Ms. Crockett, if you like.
Mr. Pickett, please. I want everyone, we have a court reporter, so that's why when you're speaking, I need everyone to identify themselves. That's why, because we have a court reporter who's transcribing everything that occurs, okay?
Sure, I'm sorry, Mr. Anderson. Yeah, this is Norbert Pickett, owner of DC Holistic. I find it beneficial to track everything and to have transparency and to submit reports once a week. At first, when we didn't really have our bearings around the program, it becomes a little onerous. But I think now that we've hit our groove with delivery, we created a system within our operation. I think that it's something that's needed, and it's not a problem for us to deliver that every Monday to you and to MPD.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pickett. Anyone else wants to opine on the question?
I would say that's one of the areas. This is Brian Jackson, DC Holistic Wellness. That is one of the areas that I would have concern with. Again, patient confidentiality and security if a third party was brought in. It takes us probably about 60 to 90 minutes to process the deliveries, which means after they get scanned into the POS, piece by piece, they have to be put into the seed to cell tracking system. So that includes everything from the patient's purchase history to their home address, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's one area of concern when thinking about outsourcing this to third parties. Our delivery driver has to sign the manifest. So he creates the manifest, and then after he completes the delivery, he's responsible for having it signed. So if this policy is going to stay in place, it's definitely going to be necessary that it's an in-house procedure, because I see that getting completely out of hand with a third party.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm gonna.
Wait, are there other dispensary owners who chime in? And then also, are there medical patients on this line who may have an opinion regarding information, their addresses, or what might be sent to MPD on a weekly basis regarding their medical cannabis purchases?
Hold on 1 minute, please. The question was been asked. Board Member Crockett was the person who just asked the question. So, all right, go ahead. Mr. Washington?
Yes, Mr. Washington speaking, Milford, Washington. I am a current medical marijuana patient. I do not have a problem with the protocols or the rules of the board as far as submitting my information to MPD. If it's regulated, it's a regulated industry, and we have to abide by the rules. As far as any information being compromised, I think that the dispensary owners or whatnot, they have the proper software in place to maybe avoid that. That's not something that I am concerned about. I mean, it's just not at all.
Oh, what? Just before. Go ahead, Mr. Washington.
In fact, when you look at the medical marijuana card, there's just a number. There's no social security number or anything of that nature. And I'm on the mindset, even if you did get my social, what are you going to do? I don't know.
All right. I just want to inform everyone, I'm going to wrap this hearing up at 1 o'clock. So I've extended it. But we're going to wrap this hearing up at 1 o'clock. Just as an FYI. Any other comments from anyone else?
Yes, I would like to say, Brian Jackson, DC Holistic. I would like to say on the comment of patient confidentiality, I don't have a problem with it. I can tell you we have a patient who is a child of a congressman. And he's very particular about his information. And I think living in DC, understanding that a lot of people work in secured fields that have security clearances, things of that nature. There are people who are averse to that, giving up the information. I might not be, but I think it should be handled with care. That's been one thing with encouraging people, the district residents, to get medical cards. It's just that a lot of people are government employees and they have, the reefer madness idea in their mind that they can't be on a registry or a list of some sort. So it might create some type of ease for patients, not having to go through that. But it doesn't cause a problem for me. But that's something that is something to consider. It's a very political town. A lot of people have security clearance.
Hi, this is Courtney Davis. I would like to comment. Yes, as a patient, I did not know that my information was being sent to the police department. And I kind of would like to know what the impetus was for that regulation, and what the police department does with that information. I can understand having that delivery routes or whatever I order sent to to Abra, but if I go into the dispensary, is that also sent to the police department? I guess that would be my question/comment.
I'm not able to answer that question to you, but that's something that the director, because this is new to me, so I can't answer that question, but that's something that we can look at and make a determination if that's appropriate. But I'm not in a position to answer that question.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, who's that?
Linda Green.
Yes, Ms. Green.
Yes, I can tell you from the dispensary side, when you come in, it's only sent to MPD for home delivery.
Okay. All right. Anyone else wants to speak? Identify yourself, please.
Mr. Chairman, this is
Yes,
Yvette.
Ms. Alexander. Yes, I can now see you, Ms. Alexander.
Right, and that's one thing. I wanted you to see me before your hearing adjourned, but also wondering, because I hold the position of the DC Medical Cannabis Trade Association, would it be possible to you to forward the questions to me and I could submit them? I don't want to really give answers to any of the questions without consulting with the association. So from social equity to the police reporting to any additional questions that you have on the delivery service, I would like to respond formally on behalf of the association.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Alexander. I'll talk to our general counsel and whether or not she wants to do that on behalf of the board. So, but thank you for that offer. And I just want to also say to everyone who is participating in this hearing that if you have any prepared statements that you want to provide to us, you can send them to abra, abra.legal, legal, @dc.gov. So you are, if there's any information that you want the board to be aware of, you are welcome to send your testimony or your comments regarding this hearing to that email address, and they will be reviewed and incorporated in whatever decision that we make. Are there any other board members who have any questions that they want to raise? Now let me ask a question, and I know that there's not universal agreement on this because this hearing was on deliveries, but this is a question. If third parties were permitted to deliver medical cannabis on behalf of licensees, would existing licensees use their service?
Okay, I'm a licensee, so this is Linda Green.
Yes,
I'll answer that. It would depend. I mean, this is a business, and obviously that would be an additional cost to the business. I'm also doing mine with my staff, so who are compensated extra for doing this. So I think it should be an option for each of us, depending upon the number of deliveries, depending upon the cost, depending upon the contract. You know, we have to weigh it individually and what fits best for each of us.
Thank you. Anyone else wanted to
Yes,
chime in?
Anderson, this is Norbert Pickett.
Yes,
with
Mr. Pickett.
Holistic Wellness.
Oh.
So I would like to add that as I am an owner and I'm a licensee, I would not use a third party, and that is because I want to keep my patients' confidentiality private, and I'd like to and there are things within a third party I can't control within my business and what another business is doing. So DC Holistic would not use a third party for delivery. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pickett.
And it was the position of the DC Medical Cannabis Trade Association that they would like to be given the option whether they want to self-employ drivers for the delivery or whether they want to use a third party.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. I think Mr. Jackson, you wanted to say something.
I'm not an owner, so I don't have a stake in that question, but I would like to say we just had a global pandemic and people out of work. People need permanent jobs, third party contracts, Uber driving. You know, the district has an opportunity right now to create jobs. And we can do that by having licensed owners every program.
All right. Another question I want to ask, and there might be, and I get the sense that different people have different positions, but how many vehicles do licenses require or believe they may require to engage in deliveries as part of their business?
Could you repeat?
How many vehicles do licensees require or believe that they may require to engage in deliveries as part of their business? I think I'd heard someone said there should be unlimited, but if we're going to put a limit on it, then I don't know if there should be any limitation on vehicles. I mean, what are folks out there believe? Because the purpose of this is on delivery. So what is it that being asked?
Mr. Anderson, Norbert Pickett from DC Holistic.
Yes, Mr. Pickett.
So, since we've incorporated delivery, you know, back in April, I bought a car, and a Prius is very efficient on gas, and that's the car we've been using this whole time. It's been pretty solid. We haven't had any issues, and I just don't find that we needed a second car. We've been able to service all of our patients. We've been able to accommodate all of our patients in a timely fashion, and I think that at worst case scenario, maybe addition of 2 or 3 cars, but no more than 3 cars. I just don't think it's needed based on the experience that we've had since April. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pickett. Let me ask for someone, let me hold on a minute. Let me ask, and I don't want to put, hold on a minute. Let me ask Rabbi Khan, and I don't mean to pick on you, and the reason why I'm picking on you or your family, because you said you were one of the first and the oldest one in the group. Do you have an opinion on this issue?
All right, my mute's off and my video's starting, I hope.
Yeah, I
and
can hear
we were hoping for delivery for a long time. We've been talking to all kinds of folks, both at the Department of Health and actually even with ABRA people in the last couple of years. So we're thrilled to be able to have the opportunity to deliver. I think that we've all seen in the pandemic how important delivery is, but we also recognize that that brick and mortar changing to delivery seems to be a thing of life in the District of Columbia. It's hard to believe that after the pandemic, folks will return to preferring to travel across town to go somewhere to purchase something that they've been able to get delivered. You've heard from some folks who've mentioned some of the dozens and dozens of delivery companies that are regulated that function in the district. So delivery certainly meets a very important need. We've been doing it successfully since first being given permission. We've been working with High Road. We've been using a maximum of 2 cars, 3. I'm not sure why there's a need to limit cars, but maybe there is. But it should be something that would grow and therefore might need more. To have to go to the regulators to be able to add a 4th car seems like that would be what would be the purpose of that? But I don't know. But certainly we support delivery. We think that it's fine if other dispensaries don't want to deliver in a different way. We've had security guards since we've opened, and that's something that we elect to do. We've used outside security services. Other dispensaries don't have security guards. Other dispensaries have security guards that work full time for the dispensaries. I think things like that, we've all managed to have different business models that work for us that we remain within the regulations. And so I think that pro delivery, I don't think that there's a real need to limit cars between 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. Obviously, nobody's going to be putting out a fleet, but we need to be able to serve our patients in a timely way. So I don't think there's a need for a limit.
All right, thank you. And I didn't make the pick in. The only reason why, because since you had stated that you're one of the oldest, you're the first.
Sure, I appreciate it. And I'm thrilled at any time to be able to give you some of the history that we've lived.
All right. Is there anyone else who hasn't spoken, just want to give their perspective on delivery? I'm looking for some other voices because I know.
Mr. Chairman, can we hear from Michael Bobo from National Holistic?
Where's are they still on?
I see them on the screen.
Yeah, yeah. Do you have an opinion? We're not trying to put you on the spot. We're just trying to get a sense of. I know there are different opinions out there, and I heard Mr. Pickett's position. I've heard Ms. Green. I don't know what the board is going to do, and we're going to look at and making a decision because the purpose of this is on deliveries to determine. What is it that when we're writing rules and regulations, what it is, what's appropriate, what it is, should we do third party? Where are folks in the industry? What is occurring in other jurisdictions? So that's one of the purpose of having this public hearing so we can gather information. And then once we write rules and regulation, then we moving forward, we have rules and regulations in place to regulate this, and I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. Yeah. So anyway, anyone else? I know that we had picked on Mr. Bobo, but Mr. Bobo did not respond. So if there's someone else who wants to speak who has not spoken, please. All right, I'm going to wrap this hearing up in 8 minutes. And so before I wrap up, is there any burning issue anyone wants to, who have not spoken, that they want to bring to our attention regarding delivery or social equity? And we probably, it appears that I probably would suggest to our director that we have a public hearing on social equity. This is a large issue. I myself, I'm not very comfortable with it. And so I would be very curious for us to have another public hearing at some point to discuss this issue, to see what are the jurisdictions, what works for other jurisdictions, what are some positives, what are some negatives, and what is it that the district should do or we should do in coming up with such a program. So I do support having a public hearing to further discuss this issue.
I just had one quick question. This is Jason Aldridge speaking on behalf of Reset Wellness. I just wanted to know what it would look like for follow-up. I know that this is a preliminary issue and a preliminary task, and I think a lot of people present here today had solid things to offer, and people have offered their services and expertise. I just wonder what the follow-up looks like to continue the conversation about social equity and to continue the conversation about how delivery services will be developed for the District of Columbia medical marijuana program.
As I stated before, and I placed the email address on the chat, so you're welcome to send in some comments regarding your position on deliveries in the chat or social equity in the chat. If and when the board develops rules and regulations regarding delivery, it will be open to public hearing. So so if once rules and regulations are issued, then they will be issued for public comments. And so we will consider that. I'm not sure if we'll have hearings on the rules and regulations once they're issued, but we will definitely have there will be an opportunity for the public to review the rules, comments, and then the board will revisit it and make a decision. So this is just preliminary, but you will have many other opportunities to participate in this process. We, as the ABRA board, we are very excited that we are now regulating this industry, and we look forward to have our relationship with you. You might not always agree with everything that we do, but one thing I will promise you is that we will listen to what you have to say. We will always listen. I won't promise you that we're going to do what you want, but you will never leave by saying that this agency did not listen to what you have to say. All right,
I appreciate that. Could you repost it? I don't see it in the chat.
I guess maybe I'm bad at chat, but it's Abra. It's abra.legal@dc.gov. But I thought I was being very good responding to comments in the chat, but I guess I wasn't. Okay.
Mr. Anderson, just to make one more point on social equity.
Mr. Jackson, yes.
Brian Jackson, yeah. I just really would like if we could have the hearing to include other district agencies that are going to be stakeholders. This is not going to be something you guys are going to be able to tackle by yourself at all. It's going to take RSA, which is Rehabilitative Services. It's going to take ESLBD. It's going to take the Economic Planning and Development Office. It's not going to be a feat that is going to be able to accomplish by themselves. So to have a serious conversation, we need to talk about capital. We need to talk about development and property, and we need to talk about business mentorship. So I think having a couple other agencies involved in that conversation is very important.
Well, I can't say that we can force other agencies. We're gonna do our part. We're gonna do our part as the regulatory agency for this industry. And through the city council and through the mayor, I assure you that we'll try to make sure that whatever we do, it will be a robust, program that will be rolled out that I believe will have plenty of input from the general public. All right. Before I'm going to wrap this hearing up, I want to thank all members of the public and everyone who participated in this hearing today. It's been very informative, especially for me, to meet a lot of the members of the industry. I know there are probably others who have not participated in this hearing today, but I do enjoy listening to you, hearing from you, and we will take your comments under advisement, and we will try to come up with, at some point, with some rules and regulations to cover this area. But as I stated, you will have a say in every decision that's made by the agency regarding the regulation of your industry. So with that said, again, I want to thank you very much for your active participation today. Thank you very much for the time, since everyone was on, this was supposed to schedule to be ended at 12 o'clock, but I see that there were a lot of unanswered questions and folks were excited to participate, and that's one of the reasons why I decided to extend it through 1 o'clock. And the only reason I'm ending at 1 o'clock, we do have to have lunch because our calendar continues again at 1:30. So the board at least needs half an hour to get itself ready for the rest of our day. But we also thought it was important just to have the entire morning to listen to some of your concerns and comments. And moving forward, we'll try to put a significant amount of time in our calendar to listen to what you have to say in moving forward and making decisions. Okay, so thank you again for your participation. And the board will be then in recess till our 1:30 hearing. And I will ask all board members for us to return to executive session. Thank you very much and have a great day. Thank you. Pardon. Bye-bye. Good afternoon, everyone. We're back on the record. I apologize for the delay. Welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC board. We have 7 members in attendance today who are participating by online. Our 7 board members are Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cada, Ms. Rima Wahabzada, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Hansen, and Mr. Edward Grandis. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. We have 7 members who are participating today, and so therefore we do have a quorum that's going on. Before we get underway with this afternoon's calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 20 cases scheduled for this afternoon. Once the case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to engage your equipment. If your case is not heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. All right, our first order of business today, and I just want to remind everyone, our afternoon schedule, all the cases are scheduled for 1:30. So I do have a calendar that has all the cases. So don't try to figure out when your case is going to be called. I will call them because all the cases are scheduled for 1:30. It's like when we have them in the morning, we have the roll call at 9:30, and I call all the cases. So all these cases will be called starting at 1:30, and once I get to your case, I will get to your case, okay? All right. For this afternoon's schedule then, the first case on our calendar is, there's a summary suspension hearing, case number 20 CMP 00117 and 20 CMP 00118, and it's barcode license number 11593. And Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the government and please elevate the licensee, please?
Sure. Mr. Austin, rights have been elevated. Rights have been elevated. Sure.
All right. I would like the parties to introduce themselves for the rest of the the parties to, Mr. O'Brien, are you there? Yes. All right.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I am here.
All right, thank you. I would like the parties to introduce themselves for the record, starting with the government. Please state your name and spell your name, please.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Shazib Asim, SHAHZEB, and last name ASIM, and I'm representing the District of Columbia.
Good afternoon, Mr. Asim. Mr. O'Brien, please.
Yes, Stephen O'Brien for Respondent Barcode. Barcode is the trade name. DMT Group LLC is the entity name.
All right, thank you, Mr. O'Brien. All right, this is a summary suspension hearing that we have this afternoon regarding Barcode. Mr. Asim, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Parties have an offer in compromise they would like to present to the board.
Yes, Mr. Asim. What's the offer in compromise, please?
The offer and compromise terms are as follows. Number 1, suspension. Respondent shall serve a 30-day suspension of its ABC license. The date of the 30-day suspension shall be Friday, December 11th, 2020 through Sunday, January 10th, 2021, which includes time served during the summary suspension period. The ABC license suspension shall be lifted at 8 a.m. on Monday, January 11th, 2021, provided all other applicable requirements in the OIC have been satisfied by the respondent. Number 2, fine. Respondent shall pay a $1,000 fine for the citation previously issued in case numbers 20 CIT 00445 within 90 days. Number 3, masks. Except when eating or drinking while seated during the public health emergency, the respondent shall require that all owners and employees of the establishment wear a mask or face covering while present on the licensed premises, regardless of whether they are on duty. The respondent shall also require patrons during the public health emergency to wear masks or face covering prior to entering or while waiting in line outside of the licensed premises, while traveling to use the restroom, or until they are seated and eating or drinking. Number 4, music and entertainment. The respondent shall only offer recorded or background music that is played at a conversational level while the District of Columbia remains subject to Mayor's Order 2020-067, Mayor's Order 2020-075, Mayor's Order 2020-080, Mayor's Order 2020-119, and in accordance with the board's notice of 8th emergency rulemaking. Number 5, operating hours. Respondent shall not sell, serve, or permit the consumption of alcoholic beverages past 10 p.m., but may operate for patrons until midnight during any day of the week while the District of Columbia remains subject to Mayor's Order 2020-119. Or respondent shall not serve, sell, serve, or permit the consumption of alcoholic beverages past 12 a.m. while the District of Columbia remains subject to Mayor's Order 2020-067, Mayor's Order 2020-075, and Mayor's Order 2020-079, whichever applies in accordance with the board's rulemaking. Number 6, dining activities. Respondent shall only serve food and alcoholic beverages to patrons seated at tables while the District of Columbia remains subject to Mayor's Order 2020-067, Mayor's Order 2020-075, and Mayor's Order 2020-119 in accordance with the board's rulemaking. Tables shall be placed so that patrons in different parties are placed at least 6 feet apart from one another, with no more than 6 patrons per table. Patrons shall not be permitted to walk around the establishment with food and/or alcoholic beverages. Number 7, patrons exiting with alcoholic beverages. Respondent shall not permit patrons to exit the establishment with alcoholic beverages except when such beverages are in closed containers and are accompanied by prepared food.
Mr. Sim, hold on. Mr. O'Brien, can you please mute your phone, please? Go ahead, Mr. Sim.
Number 8, bar activities. Respondent shall not seat patrons at indoor or outdoor bars that are being staffed or utilized by a bartender. Patrons shall not be permitted to stand at an indoor or outdoor bar to order food or alcoholic beverages. Number 9, smoking. Respondent shall not permit hookah smoking or any other form of smoking at the establishment while the District of Columbia remains subject to Mayor's Order 2020-067, Mayor's Order 2020-075, and Mayor's Order 2020-119 in accordance with the board's rulemaking. Number 10, capacity. Respondent shall limit its indoor capacity to no more than 25% of the indoor occupancy load on its certificate of occupancy, excluding employees and outdoor seating, while the District of Columbia remains subject to Mayor's Order 2020-119, or 50% of the indoor occupancy load on its certificate of occupancy, excluding employees and outdoor seating, while the District of Columbia remains subject to Mayor's Order 2020-075, whichever applies in accordance with the board's rulemaking. Number 11, social distancing walkthrough. Prior to lifting the suspension of the establishment's alcoholic beverage license, an ABRA investigator shall conduct a walkthrough of the licensed establishment with respondent to evaluate the establishment's compliance with the district's social distancing requirements. The evaluation shall include an assessment of the respondent's compliance with Mayor's Order 2020-075, Mayor's Order 2020-080, and 23 DCMR 810.2. 12. Show cause. The offer in compromise upon acceptance by the board constitutes resolution of the matters encompassed by the above referenced case numbers. Number 13. Temporary dining restriction. Respondent shall comply with Mayor's Order 2020-127, which prohibits indoor dining from 10 p.m. on December 23rd, 2020 to 5 a.m. on January 15th, 2021. And that concludes the offer in compromise.
Thank you, Mr. Asim. Just a quick question, Mr. Asim. This was a summer suspension hearing that there was an incident occurred and the agency issued, there was a summer suspension, so the establishment is closed. Is it your position that if the board accepts this OIC, that it would address the emergency that existed?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we believe the OIC terms sufficiently address the issues raised in the summary suspension. For example, the OIC requires that patrons wear masks at all times except when eating or drinking, which was one of the problems that ABRA investigators observed when they visited the establishment. The OIC terms also include a provision that prohibits smoking while the mayor's orders are in place, which was another thing that the ABRA investigators found on their visit to the establishment. Another issue that is resolved in the OIC is the capacity of the establishment is limited to the applicable mayor's orders, whatever they may be at the time. And there's also a term that prevents patrons from exiting with alcoholic beverages with certain exceptions, which was which was something else that ABRA investigators had observed on their visit to establishment. And furthermore, the social distancing walkthrough, which is required before the establishment can reopen and the suspension is lifted, will ensure that the establishment is complying with mayor's orders and the board's emergency rulemaking.
All right, thank you, Mr. Asim. Mr. O'Brien, it is my understanding that there is an offer in compromise that was just read into the record by Mr. Asim. If the board was to accept this offer in compromise, is your client aware that, but before I'm moving on, the terms that were read in the record by Mr. Asim, is this your understanding of the offer in compromise, sir?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, is your client aware that by accepting an offer in compromise, that they are giving up their right to a hearing?
Yes, sir.
Is your client also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise, that they're giving up their right to appeal this matter?
Yes, sir.
Right. Are there any questions by any board members to either Mr. Asim or Mr. O'Brien regarding the OIC that was presented? All right, hearing none, I then make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has accepted the offer in compromise, and before we have a vote on the offer in compromise, then I need to again read the terms of the offer in compromise into the record. The terms of the OIC are as follows. Term number 1, suspension. Respondent shall serve a 30-day suspension of its ABC license. The date of the 30-day suspension shall be Friday, December 11th, 2020 through Sunday, January 10th, 2021, which includes time served during the summer suspension period. The ABC license suspension shall be lifted at 8 a.m. on Monday, January the 11th, 2021, provided all other applicable requirements in the OIC has been satisfied by the respondent. Term number 2, fine. Respondent shall pay a $1,000 fine for the citation previously issued in case number 20 CIT 00445 within 90 days. Mr. O'Brien, please. Number 3, mass. Except when eating or drinking while seated during the public health emergency, the respondent shall require that all owners and employees of the establishment wear a mask or face covering while present on the licensed premises, regardless of whether they are on duty. The respondent shall also require patrons during the public health emergency to wear masks or face coverings prior to entering or while waiting in line outside of the licensed premises, while traveling to use the restroom, or until they are seated and eating or drinking. Term number 4, music and entertainment. The respondent shall only offer recorded or background music that is played at a conversational level, while the District of Columbia remains subject to Mayor's Order 2020-067, Mayor's Order 2020-075, Mayor's Order 2020-088, Mayor's Order 2020-119, and in accordance with the board's notice of 8th emergency rulemaking dated November 24th, 2020, board rulemaking. Operating hours, number 5, operating hours. Respondent shall not sell, serve, or permit the consumption of alcoholic beverages past 10 p.m., but may operate for patrons until midnight during any day of the week, while the District of Columbia remains subject to Mayor's Order 2020-119, or respondent shall not sell, serve, or permit the consumption of alcoholic beverages past 12 a.m. when the District of Columbia remains subject to Mayor's Order 2020-067, Mayor's Order 2020-075, and Mayor's Order -2020-079, whichever applies in accordance with the board's rulemaking. Number 6, dining activities. Respondent shall only serve food and alcoholic beverages to patrons seated at tables while the District of Columbia remains subject to Mayor's Order 2020-067, Mayor's Order 2020-075, and Mayor's Order 2020-119. In accordance with the board's rulemaking, tables shall be placed so that patrons in different parties are placed at least 6 feet apart from one another, with no more than 6 patrons per table. Patrons shall not be permitted to walk around the establishment with food and/or alcoholic beverages. Number 7, patrons exiting with alcoholic beverages. Respondent shall not permit patrons to exit the establishment with alcoholic beverages, except when each beverage are in closed containers and are accompanied by prepared food. Number 8, bar activities. Respondent shall not seat patrons at indoor or outdoor bars that are being staffed or utilized by a bartender. Patrons shall not be permitted to stand at an indoor or outdoor bar to order food or alcoholic beverages. Number 9, smoking. Respondent shall not permit hookah smoking or any other form of smoking at the establishment while the District of Columbia remains subject to Mayor's Order 2020-067, Mayor's Order 2020-075, and Mayor's Order 2020-119 in accordance with the board's rulemaking. Number 10, capacity. Respondent shall limit its indoor capacity to no more than 25% of the indoor occupancy load or on its certificate of occupancy, excluding employees and outdoor seating, while the District of Columbia remains subject to Mayor's Order 2020-119, or 50% of the indoor occupancy load on its certificate of occupancy, excluding employees and outdoor seating, while the District of Columbia remains subject to Mayor's Order 2020-075, whichever applies in accordance with the board's rulemaking. Number 11, social distancing walkthrough. Prior to lifting the suspension of the establishment's alcoholic beverage license, an ABRA investigator shall conduct a walkthrough of the licensed establishment with respondent to evaluate the establishment's compliance with the district's social distancing requirements. This evaluation should include an assessment of the respondent's compliance with Mayor's Order 2020-075, Mayor's Order 2020-088, and 23 DCMR Section 810.2. Number 12, show cause. This offer in compromise upon acceptance by the board constitutes the resolution of the matters encompassed by the above referenced case numbers. Number 13, temporary dining restrictions. Respondent shall comply with Mayor's Order 2020-127, dated December 18, 2020, which prohibits indoor dining from 10 p.m. on December 23, 2020 to 5 a.m. on January 15, 2021. That is a term of the OIC that has been properly seconded by Mr. Short. We will now have a roll call vote.
Really asking us to federalize elections by rejecting electoral code.
Mr. Grandis, we will now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. President is no, there is no such authority under the Constitution.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wahabzada.
Wahabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
The ministerial function.
Mr. Grandis, I agree.
Except for
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 7-0-0. I would like to thank the parties for working this matter out for the OIC and this matter. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr.
All right. Thank you. All right. I just want to remind all board members that at all time, your microphones need to be on mute. And please be aware, once you open your microphone, of the noise in the background. We are picking up the noise in the background. So if there's noise in the background, can you please ensure that when you unmute your microphone, that noise cannot be heard? I appreciate that. Thank you very much. All right. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 19 CMP 00176, Pearl Dive Oyster Palace Blackjack, license number 85382. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the government, and I believe the licensee is Mr. Jeff Black.
Ms. Krupke, you are now a panelist. I do not see the licensee on the line, but if there is a licensee here for this case, could you please recognize yourself via the chat? Okay, Ms. Johannes says she's representing them. I'm going to go ahead and elevate her rights.
Thank you.
Ms. Johannes, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Ms. Andrews. Let's start. I'll have the parties identify themselves for the record. We'll have the government. Can you please state your name and spell it, please?
Good afternoon, Jessica Krupke on behalf of the District of Columbia. My last name is Krupke, Krupke.
Thank you. Ms. Johannes.
Hello, Sidon Johannes on behalf of the licensee, and that is SIDONYOHANNES.
Thank you, Ms. Johannes. Ms. Krupke, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, at this time, the parties do not have an offer in compromise to offer for the board's consideration today.
All right, thank you very much. This matter then will be scheduled for a due process hearing at a date to be determined. Thank you for your participation this afternoon. Have a great day. Thank you. All right. The next case on our calendar is case number 19-251-00116, Sing Sing Karaoke Palace, license number 72783. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Sure. Mr. Martin, your rights have been elevated. And that's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Krupke, can you please identify yourself for the record and please spell your name again, please?
Sure. Jessica Krupke on behalf of the District of Columbia, KRUPKE.
Good afternoon. Mr. Martin, can you please identify yourself for the record, please, and spell your name?
Jason Martin, JASON representing Beehive LLC, Sticky Rice and Sing Sing.
All right, thank you. Ms. Johannes, are you in this case? No? All right. All right. No, or yes or no?
No, I am not.
Okay, thanks. All right. Ms. Krupke, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, the parties do not have an offer in compromise for the board's consideration today.
All right, thank you. Then this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing at a date to be determined. Thank you, Ms.
I had put in a request for that I agreed with the OIC with Mr. Stephen. What is his? Let's see.
Mr. Ortiz?
Yes, but when I sent Mr. Ortiz the agreement, it said his vacation responder was on. I'd like to just go ahead, agree to it, and pay the fine.
Ms. Krupke, are you aware of what the OIC that was offered to Mr. Martin?
If I can have your indulgence for just a moment, I'll be able to pull that up.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I have it pulled up what I believe should have been offered, and so obviously the establishment can correct me if this is not his understanding. But so for this particular series of violations, there are two charges. The first is failure to ensure the cameras were operational in violation of DC Code 25403 E3GI. This is a primary tier violation and the second primary tier violation within 2 years. The offer in compromise was for $2,000 payable within 90 days, or the license would be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. For charge 2, the charge is no ABC manager on duty on June 17th, 2019 in violation of DC Code 25-701. This is a secondary tier violation, and it's the 7th secondary tier violation within 4 years. And the offer in compromise was $2,000 payable within 90 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. So it's a total of $4,000 payable within 90 days for the 2 charges that I just explained.
Mr. Martin, Ms. Krupke mentioned an offer in compromise. Is this the offer in compromise? Is this your understanding of the offer in compromise?
Yes.
All right. Are you aware that by accepting an offer in compromise, you're giving up your right to a hearing?
Yes.
Are you also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise, you're giving up your right to appeal this matter?
Yep. Yes.
All right. With that said, I then make a motion that the offer in compromise of for charge 1, a fine of $2,000 payable within 90 days be accepted. For charge 2, it also a fine of $2,000 payable within 90 days. For a total fine of $4,000 payable within 90 days. If the fine is not payable within 90 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now make a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I disagree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter therefore passed 6-1 with Mr. Grandis in disagreement. I especially want to thank you, Mr. Martin, for agreeing to this OIC. I appreciate your efforts to bring closure to this matter, and I thank you for that. And thank you, Ms. Krupke. And so anyway, have a great day. But I appreciate the parties work in this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, then have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 20 CMP 00093 Kiss Tavern. And there's also a second case, case 2251 00030 Kiss Tavern, license number 104710. I'd like to have Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee? I believe that Mr. Asbeha, I believe, or I'm not sure if he's represented by counsel. So I'll see who, yeah.
Mr. Chair, I do not see him on the line. If there's a licensee on the line. Oh, Mr. Bianco is representing him, so I'm going to go ahead and elevate his rights.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Bianco, your rights have been elevated.
Thank you very much. Richard Bianco for the respondent.
All right, Ms. Krupke, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Sure. Good afternoon. Jessica Krupke on behalf of the District of Columbia. My last name spelled Krupke.
Thank you. Ms. Krupke, there is the first case, case number 20 CMP 00093. Are there any preliminary matters in that case?
No, the parties do not have an offer in compromise for the board's consideration today.
All right. So this matter then is scheduled for a due process hearing at a date to be determined. The next case is case number 2251 00030 Kiss Tavern. Ms. Krupke, are there any preliminary matters in that case?
No, there are not. We do not have an offer in compromise.
Then this matter is scheduled for will be scheduled for a show cause hearing at a date to be determined. Thank you for your participation, Ms. Krupke, and thank you for your participation, Mr. Bianco.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
All right, thank you. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 19251 00156 Le Diplomate, license number 88243. And Ms. I'm sorry, Miss Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee for Les Diplomates? I believe that's Mr. Stephen Starr. I'm not sure if he's been represented.
Sure, one second. Ms. McLeod, your rights have been elevated.
All right, I'd like the parties to introduce themselves for the record, starting with the government.
Jessica Krupke on behalf of the government.
Good afternoon, Ms. Krupke. Ms. McLeod, can you if you have a camera, can you please turn it on? If not, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Sure, I do not have a camera available. This is Melissa McLeod on behalf of Le Diplomat Restaurant.
And can you tell me, Ms. McLeod, I can't see you and I don't know who you
Oh,
are.
there we are. Yes.
I'm just, that's fine, but are you an attorney? Are you?
Yeah, yes, I'm Vice President and General Counsel for the restaurant.
I'm not familiar with you. That's one of the reasons I need everyone to let me know who they are, so at least I know that the person is authorized to represent them. So thank you for making that clear for me, please. All right. Ms. Krupke, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, we do have an offer and compromise for the board's consideration today.
Okay.
And so there are a total of 2 charges. The first is that the establishment provided live entertainment without the correct endorsement in violation of DC Code 25-113 AB1. It's a primary tier violation and the first primary tier violation. The offer and compromise is $1,000 payable within 90 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. And for charge 2, which is that the establishment made a substantial change in operation by failing to obtain approval to provide for or expand the entertainment area in violation of DC Code 25-762. This is a secondary tier violation, and it's the first secondary tier violation. This charge would be dismissed as it's already encompassed under charge 1.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Krupke. Ms. McLeod, it's my understanding that there is an offer in compromise, and the offer in compromise for charge 1 is a fine of $1,000 paid within 90 days. If the fine is not paid within 90 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid, and charge 2 is dismissed. Is this your understanding of the offer in compromise?
Yes, it is.
Is your client aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they are given their right to a hearing?
Yes.
Is your client also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're given up their right to appeal this matter?
Yes.
All right. With this said, I make a motion that the offer in compromise of a fine of $1,000 payable within 90 days for charge 1. If the fine is not payable within 90 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid, and that charge 2 will be dismissed. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wahab I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis disagrees.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter therefore passed 6-1 with Mr. Grandis in opposition. I want to thank the parties for working this matter out, and this matter is now concluded. Have a great day, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 19 CMP 00178. Red Lounge Hookah, license number 76011. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of, I believe the licensee is Mr. Baugh.
Mr. Baugh, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Okay. thank you. All right, Ms. Krupke, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Sure, Jessica Krupke on behalf of the government. My last name is Krupke.
Mr. Barr, can you please spell your name for the record, identify yourself and spell your name for the record, please?
My name is Amadou Ba, Amadou, last name Bah.
And what is your relationship to the establishment, sir?
I am the owner.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ball. Ms. Krupke, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, there are not. We do not have an offer in compromise for the board's consideration today.
All right, thank you. This matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing at a date to be determined. So we will inform both parties of the date of the due process hearing. Okay, of the show cause hearing. Thank you very much for your participation today, and have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 20CC 00060, Barrel House Liquors, license number 23984. This case is canceled. The parties entered into an offer in compromise, on January 5th, 2020. The next case in our calendar, is case number 20 CMP 00040, the Codmother. I am sorry. License number 86231. This hearing has been continued to January 27th, 2021 at 10:30 a.m. The next case in our calendar is case number 19 CMP 00168, Mirror Lounge, license number 111950. This hearing is canceled. The parties entered into an offer in compromise on December 23rd, 2020. See Board Orders 2000-1035. The next case in our calendar is case number 20 AUD 00016, Flavio, license number 8004. Miss Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee for Flavio? I believe that might be Mr. Caracachur, or his representative.
The licensee's rights have been elevated. If there is anyone else on the line that belongs to this case, please acknowledge yourself in the chat.
Hi. All right, hold on, please, sir. Hold on. Do you have a camera? If you have a camera to turn on?
I do.
All right, why you can turn your camera on, please, sir? Thank you. All right, Ms. Krupke, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Jessica Krupke on behalf of the government.
All right, Mr. Caracachur. I tried. So can you
almost actually, yes.
Please spell your first and last name and identify yourself.
Carachou, Karrakachou. My first name is Mohammed. I'm Abid's son, and I'm an owner with him as well. So,
spell your first name too, sir, please.
Mohammed, Mohamed.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Krupke, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, the parties do not have an offer in compromise for the board's consideration.
All right, thank you very much. This matter then will be scheduled for a show cause hearing at a date to be determined. So the agency will advise both parties of the date for the scheduled show cause hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. The next case in our calendar is number 20 CMP 00067, Chaya, license number 112650. 3. Miss Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the owner of the licensee of Chaya?
I do see her on the line. I cannot make her a panelist, but I can unmute her line. Miss Simon, could you please announce yourself?
Sure, Suzanne Simon. I can see you all, so I don't know why you can't see me.
Okay.
All right, well, Miss Simon, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Sure. Suzanne Simon, on behalf of the licensee, Chaya Mount Vernon Triangle, LLC. I'm the owner.
Thank you. And Ms. Krupke, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Sure, Jessica Krupke on behalf of the government.
All right. Ms. Krupke, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, the parties have reached an offer in compromise and we're ready to provide it for the board for your consideration. There are a total of 4 charges. The first is a charge of no ABC manager on duty in violation of DC Code 25-701. It's a secondary tier violation and it's the establishment's first secondary tier violation. The offer in compromise is $250 payable within 90 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. For charge 2, failure to conspicuously post a license in violation of DC Code 25-711A. It's a secondary tier violation. It's again the first secondary tier violation. This is an offer in compromise provided with a mandatory warning. For charge 3, failure to keep and maintain books and records on the premises in violation of DC Code 25-113J3. It's a primary tier violation. It's the establishment's first primary tier violation, and the offer in compromise is a mandatory warning. And for charge 4, failure to keep and maintain books and records for 3 years. This is a primary tier violation. It's books and records violations, the first primary tier violation, and the offer in compromise is a warning. So for these 4 charges, it's 3 warnings and a $250 fine.
All right, thank you. Ms. Simon, it's my understanding that there's an offer in compromise, and offer in compromise is for charge 1, a fine of $250 paid within 90 days. If the fine is not paid within 90 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. For charge 2, there is a warning. For charge 3, there is a warning. For charge 4, there is a warning. So the total is a $250 fine paid within 90 days. If the fine is not paid within 90 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. Is this your understanding of the offer in compromise?
Yes.
Are you aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that you're giving up your right to a hearing?
Yes.
Are you also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that you are giving up your right to appeal this matter?
Yes.
All right. With that said, I make a motion that the offer in compromise of a fine of $250 fine is not payable within 90 days, the license will be suspended indefinitely. For charge 2, there's a warning. Charge 3, there's a warning. Charge 4, there's a warning that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis seconds.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Grandis. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0-0. I would like to thank the parties for coming to an agreement on this matter. And this matter is now concluded. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The next case in our calendar, it's case number 20 CMP 00059, Costello, license number 100259. If there is a licensee online regarding Costello, can you please identify yourself by raising your hand in the chat, please, or identify yourself through the chat. All right, Ms. Krupke, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Jessica Krupke on behalf of the government.
All right, thank you. The licensee has not appeared today, and the board is uncertain whether or not proper notice was provided to the licensee. So what the board will therefore do in the Costello matter is that this matter will be continued as a show cause status hearing to a date to be determined until we have properly served the licensee. So we'll continue this to another show cause status hearing until we have properly served the licensee. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 20 AUD 00020, Rita Loco El Techo, license number 104119. Miss, would the parties please identify themselves for the record, starting with the government, please?
Good afternoon, Jessica Krupke on behalf of the District of Columbia.
Good afternoon, Ms. Krupke. Ms. Johannes, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Sidon Johannes on behalf of the licensee, and that's SIDONYOHANNES.
Right, thank you. All right, Ms. Krupke, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, the parties do not have an offer in compromise for the board's consideration.
All right, thank you. Then this matter will be scheduled for a show cause hearing at a date to be determined. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 20-251-00007, the Gold Room Bar Lounge, license number 114757. And Miss Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee? I believe it's Miss Goins, if she's, and I'm not sure if she's represented.
Yes, Mr. Anderson. Richard Bianco on behalf of the licensee.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bianco. Ms. Krupke, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Sure.
Mr. Chair, the licensee is on the line. I'm going to elevate her rights.
I'm sorry, who?
The licensee is on the line, Ms.
Okay.
Renee Goins.
Okay.
Her rights have been elevated.
Ms. Goins, can you please turn your microphone on, and if you have a camera, please turn that on. And
is not available in able settings. It's not available.
That's fine. Can you just spell your name for the record, please? Spell your name. Identify yourself for the record, please.
Yes, Renee Goins, owner. The spelling is RENEE. Renee, last name Goins, GOINS.
Thank you, Ms. Goins. Ms. Krupke, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, there are not. We do not have an offer in compromise for the board's consideration.
All right, thank you. Both Ms. Goins and Mr. Bianco, this matter then will be scheduled for a show cause hearing at a date to be determined. Thank you very much for your participation today. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, that concludes my matters. Thanks.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 19-251-00067, El Nuevo Megalino, license number 75403. And Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee? I think I have Mr. Larreas or a representative.
Mr. Chair, the licensee is not on the line.
All right. All right, Ms. Krupke, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Sure. Jessica Krupke on behalf of the government.
Ms. Krupke, the licensee is not on the line after, it's my understanding, the licensee was properly served for this hearing. With that said, then, this matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing at a date to be determined. All right, thank you. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 20 CMP 00115, District Soul Food Restaurant and Lounge, license number 112072. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of Mr. Roundtree if he's on the line, please?
Mr. Roundtree have been elevated.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Krupke, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Jessica Krupke on behalf of the government.
Mr. Roundtree, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
David Roundtree, owner of District Soul Food.
All right, thanks. Ms. Krupke, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, the parties do not have an offer in compromise for the board's consideration.
All right, thank you. This matter then is will be scheduled for a show cause hearing at a date to be determined. I want to thank both parties for their participation today. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 225100036, Sheridia Merid Restaurant, license number 060808. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee? I believe that's Mr. Grion.
Mr. Chen, your rights have been elevated. And Stephen O'Brien. I think that's all, Mr. Chair.
All right. Mr. Chen, can you please open your microphone and turn your camera on if you do have one, please? Mr. Chen. Yes. You're on two lines, so I'm gonna. You're on two. You're logged in twice. Are you able to delete one and just stay in one?
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah. Hang on.
All right.
Hello.
Are you able to? All right. Hold on, please. Are you? All right, Ms. Krupke, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Jessica Krupke on behalf of the government.
All right. Can you, Mr. Chen, can you identify yourself for the record and please spell your name for the record, please? And there's someone speaking. Hold on. There's someone speaking, I assume Chinese in the background. Can you please tell that person to hold their voice down because I can hear. Although I cannot understand, I can hear.
Okay.
So please identify yourself for the record, please.
My name is Joey Chen, Joey, last name Chen.
And who are you, sir? I'm sorry, you said you're who?
Owner. The owner for the Tom Liquor Store.
All right. I'm sorry. Did I lose myself? Is this a case that
It's not.
Yes. All right. No, I'm sorry. The case that I just called was Cherid Meridian Restaurant.
Oh no.
All right.
But you call my name.
But your case is the next. All right, hold on. Since you're here, okay, hold on. This case is case number this is case number 19 CC 00134 and 19 CC 00151. Okay, this is this case, right, Mr. Chen? All right, that's that case. So, Ms. Krupke, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Jessica Krupke on behalf of the government.
Mr. Chen, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Joey Chen, Joey, last name Chen, the owner for Town One, the Knicker.
All right, thank you. Are there, all right, okay. All right, this hearing is canceled because the parties entered an offer of compromise. So Mr. Chen, you had agreed to an OIC with the government, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, you know what, all right, this case was, and I'm gonna do something that is somewhat a little bit crazy. So this is what I'm gonna do since you're here, Mr. Chen. All right, this matter is on our legal agenda for today. However, so I have not read the legal agenda as yet. However, because the parties are here, I'm gonna go over the terms of the OIC since the parties are here. So, Ms. Krupke, do you have a copy of the OIC in front of you?
I do. Let me just pull it up. Okay, I have it.
All right.
Would you like me to read it?
Yes, please. Mr. Chen, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, so Ms.
My
Krupke,
camera's
please.
on?
Yes, sir. So can you please read the terms of the OIC? And let me start. It's my understanding that this is somewhat a little bit different. So because of COVID, an OIC was presented that would have been read on our legal agenda for today. But since I'm calling the case and the parties are online, I'm therefore asking the government to review the OIC, which is for the case that's on our calendar, and I will deal with it once I get to the legal agenda that's later on today. So that's how, as board chair, I am aware that there's an OIC because an OIC was presented earlier today to the board. It was in writing and the board would have considered it on its legal agenda for today. But because the parties are here, I will just have the parties, I'll have the parties state what the OIC is concerned, and when I do the legal agenda later on, then I will address that. So go ahead, Ms. Krupke. What are the terms of the OIC?
Okay, so there's a total of 2 charges, and the terms are as follows. For charge 1, which is the sale to minor, the statutory authority is DC Code 25-781 and 25-823. For this charge, the fine is agreed to be $3,000 for each case. And so that's 2 cases, 19-CC 00134 and 19-CC 00151, for a total of $6,000 to be paid within 90 days, or the license will be suspended until the fine is paid. Additionally, there is a term of suspension. The license shall be suspended for 10 days for each case, for a total of 20 days, for the 8 days to be served, which represents 4 days per case, and 12 days stayed for 1 year, which represents 6 days per case, provided there are no violations in that time. In addition, the establishment will serve 5 suspension days activated from case number 18-CC-00130 for a total of 13 days served. The date of the 13-day suspension shall be Monday, January 4th, 2021 through Saturday, January 16th, 2021, and the license suspension shall be lifted at 8:00 a.m. on Sunday, January 17th, 2021. Additionally, there's another term that all employees who serve alcoholic beverages in the licensed establishment shall complete an alcohol training program within 3 months from the OIC date. For charge 2, which is failure to take reasonable steps necessary to ascertain the legal drinking age, the statutory authority is DC Code 25-783 and 25-823. There is no fine and no suspension. This charge is dismissed for each case.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Chen, it's my understanding that there's an offer in compromise, and the offer in compromise is that there are 2 cases, and these 2 cases are the 2 cases, case number 19CC00134 and case number 19CC00151, that for each case there is a fine of $3,000 for a total fine of $6,000 to be paid within 90 days. If the fine has not been paid within 90 days, the license will be suspended until the fine is paid. For charge number 2, there's suspension, that the license shall be suspended for 10 days for each case, for a total of 20 days, with 8 days to be served, 4 days per case, and 12 days stayed for 1 year, 6 days per case, provided there are no violations in that time. In addition, the establishment will serve 5 suspension days activated from case number 18CC00130 for a total of 13 days served. The date of the 13-day suspension shall be Monday, January 4th, 2021 through Saturday, January 16th, 2021. The licensee suspension shall be lifted at 8 a.m. on Sunday, January 17th, 2021. Term number 3, other terms. All employees who serve alcoholic beverages in the licensed establishments shall complete an alcohol training program within 3 months from the OIC date, which is today's date. Charge number 3, failure to take reasonable steps necessary to ascertain legal drinking age. There is no fine, there is no suspension, and this charge has been dismissed from each case. So, Mr. Chen.
Yes.
Is this your understanding, sir, of the offer in compromise?
Yes.
Are you aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that you're giving up your right to a hearing?
Yeah.
Are you also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise you're giving up your right to appeal this matter?
Yes.
With that said, I make a motion that the offer in compromise of a fine of, for the 2 cases, it's a total fine of $6,000 to be paid within 90 days. If the fine is not paid within 90 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. That's charge term 2, that the license shall be suspended for 10 days for each case, for a total of 20 days, with 8 days to be served, 4 days per case, and 12 days stayed for 1 year, 6 days per case, provided there are no violations in that time. In addition, the establishment will serve 5 suspension days activated from case number 18CC00130 for a total of 13 days served. The date of the 13-day suspension shall be Monday, January 4th, 2021 through Saturday, January 16th, 2021. The license suspension shall be lifted at 8 a.m. on Sunday, January 17th, 2021. Term 3, other terms. All employees who serve alcohol beverages in the licensed establishment shall complete an alcohol training program within 3 months from the OIC date. Charge number 2, failure to take reasonable steps necessary to ascertain legal drinking age. There is no fine, no suspension. That this charge has been dismissed in each case. I then make a motion that the OIC being accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote in the motion, then probably seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato.
Yes, Mr. Cato, I apologize. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Wahabzada.
Wahabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Johnson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I disagree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-1 with Mr. Grandis in disagreement. Thanks to parties for agreeing to this OIC today. And as you're aware, Mr. Chen, the terms of the suspension starts yesterday on the 4th, and so your business is suspended until it has been lifted. And sir, in COVID, I see that your business is closed for a significant period of time. I will say to you, sir, that, and I tell this to everyone, that I recommend the Costco model, that everyone who comes to your establishment, sir, should be asked to prove their age. It's the district law. No one can refuse to show you ID when they're buying liquor. You see, you have to pay a $6,000 fine, and I see that your business now is shut down. You will not be able to serve alcohol for 13 days, and especially in COVID, this is a significant fine, sir. But I hope that you utilize a model that everyone who comes to your establishment, that before they, no matter what they look like, sir, you need to ask them for ID to make sure that whoever's been sold, they are 21 years of age, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, have a great day. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. So I'm good to go?
Yes, sir. You're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so let's go back to, this is the case that I had originally called, is case number 20251-00036. Churrida Madrid Restaurant, license number 060806. Is there anyone on the line who represents this establishment?
Mr. Guerin, your rights have been elevated.
Thank you.
Yes,
Okay.
good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Can you spell and state your name for the record and identify yourself?
Yes. First name is Ernesto, Ernesto. Last name is Giron, Giron.
And you're
Vice President of Churreria Madrid, MSC Enterprises, Inc.
all right. Thank you, Ms. Krupke.
Good afternoon, Jessica Krupke on behalf of the government.
Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, the parties do not have an offer in compromise for board's consideration today.
All right. Thank you. This matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing at a date to be determined. Thank you for your participation today. The board will advise you of the date and the time of the show cause hearing. Okay?
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. The next case, number 20 CMP 00033, Oki Bowl Ramen and Sake. Is there anyone online who represents this establishment? If there's someone online who represents Oki Bowl Ramen and Sake, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Mr. Chairperson, if I may?
Yes, Ms. Crupton.
Yes, it was my understanding that that case had been continued to January 27th at 10:30 a.m.
I'm aware of that.
Oh, okay.
One of the reasons why I raised the case, we had served notice by email, and although we weren't sure, since the person did not respond, and because of COVID, we're trying to be more creative in serving notices, and so therefore, I'm not sure if the person would have shown up today, but since no one has responded, so what we will do is that this matter will be continued to another status hearing for January 27th, 2021 at 10:30 a.m. And we will once again trying to make, we'll once again try to serve notice to this person. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. All right. That therefore concludes our legal calendar for the day. Thank you, Ms. Krupke, for your participation.
There is one additional matter if the board does have time to recall a case and Ms. Sudan Johannes is still on.
And what you want me to recall? What case are we recalling?
This is the case involving Pearl Dive. Let me.
I'm sorry. Hold on 1 minute. Let me find the notation for that case. All right.
It was the first status hearing case that was called today.
I know. I'm looking for the case so I can recall that. All right. So I'm recalling case number 19 CMP 00176, Pearl Dive Oyster Palace Blackjack. Would the parties please identify themselves for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Jessica Krupke on behalf of the government.
Yes, Ms. Krupke.
Good afternoon, Sidon Johannes on behalf of the licensee.
Good afternoon, Ms. Johannes. So are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, the parties have agreed to an offer in compromise and already presented for your consideration.
And what is that?
There is one charge, and that's that the establishment increased the interior occupancy in violation of DC Code 25-762B1. It's a primary tier violation, and it's the first primary tier violation. The offer in compromise is a warning.
All right, Ms. Johannes, I see why this case was recalled. All right. It's my understanding that there's an offer in compromise, and the offer in compromise is that the parties have agreed to the issuance of a warning. Is this your understanding of the offer in compromise?
Yes, it is.
Is your client aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to a hearing?
Yes.
Is your client also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to appeal this matter?
Yes.
With that said, I make a motion that the offer in compromise of a warning be accepted. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Oh, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Zara, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0. Thank you for thank the parties for bringing a resolution to this matter, and have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. So this therefore concludes the board's calendar for the day. And so since we're going to conclude our calendar, we will now do our legal agenda. All right. The first matter on our legal agenda, it's review offer and compromise in lieu of a hearing dated January 4th, 2021 for case number 20 CMP 00074. The cloakroom license number 8087875. And the offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, operated outside of approved hours, statutory authority, DC Official Code Section 25723B. The fine is a written warning. For charge 2, allowing employees or agents to engage in sexual acts or sexual conduct, statutory authority, DC Official Code Section 25823A4. The fine is a $2,000 fine to be paid within 90 days, or license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote in the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter therefore passed 7-0-0. All right, the next case in our calendar was a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated January 4th, 2021 for case number 19CC00134 and 19CC00151, which is a town wine and liquor license number 093813. This case was actually on our calendar today. Both parties appeared at our here today on our calendar, and this matter was disposed on our calendar, and there was an offer in compromise that was accepted by the board. So I'm not going to do a formal vote on this agenda item on our legal agenda because it was already disposed of in our calendar for today. All right, the next case on our agenda, legal agenda, is the review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated January 5th, 2021 for case number 20CC00060, Barrel House Liquors license number 023984. And this again is an offer in compromise that's provided for the board's review and acceptance. And the offer in compromise is as follows. For charge number 1, sale to minor, statutory authority, DC official code section 25781. The fine is a $3,000 fine to be paid within 90 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Term 2 of the offer in compromise is that the license shall be suspended for 10 days with 4 days to be served from January 25th, 2021 through January 28th, 2021, and 6 days to be stayed for 1 year, provided that there are no further violations in that time. In addition, respondents shall serve 5-day suspensions from January 10th, 2021 through January 14th, 2021, which were activated from case number 19C0128. Term number 3, all employees who serve alcoholic beverages in the licensed establishment must complete an alcohol training program within 3 months from the date of the OIC, which is today. Charge number 3, failure to take reasonable steps necessary to ascertain legal drinking age, statutory authority, DC official code section 25783. This charge is dismissed. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We will now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0-0. Okay. The next case on our legal agenda, it's review of consent motion to stay proceedings in case number 19 PRO 00145, filed on December 23rd, 2020. This is the Hook Hall case, license number 109296. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett and Ms. Wahabzada second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Wahabzada and Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wahabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Mr. Grandis would like to recuse himself.
Mr. Grandis has recused himself from this matter, and Mr. Anderson has voted in favor, so the matter passes 6-0 with Mr. Grandis recusing himself from this matter. The next matter on our agenda is a review of a consent motion to stay proceeding in case number 19 PRO 00123, filed on December 29, 2020. This is Johanna's Restaurant, license number 025996. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Grandis. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I
Ms. Wahabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0. The next case in our calendar, it's a review of a consent motion to stay proceeding in case number 19 PRO 00163, filed December 28, 2020. This is Sherma, license number 074767. I make a motion that we approve this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wahabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 7-0. The next case in our agenda, it's a review of a consent motion to stay proceeding in case number 19 PRO 00166, filed December 30th, 2020, in the Highland Communication Entertainment Hall, license number 115394. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wahabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 7-0. The next matter is a review of a request to reinstate application in case number 20 PRO 0050, filed December 28, 2020, Union Kitchen, license number 098204. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Wabzada, seconds.
Ms. Wahabzada seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Wahabzada. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wahabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett. Ms. Crockett. Ms. Crockett. I can't hear you, Ms. Crockett. Ms. Crockett. Ms. Crockett. Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Ms. Crockett? All right, Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number. It's a review of an amendment to a settlement agreement between ANC 6C and Union Kitchen, license number 098204. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. Ms. Wabzada.
Nima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 7-0. The next matter on our agenda is a review of a settlement agreement between ANC 3F and To Be Determined Wines, license number 117224. I make a motion that we accept this, we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Nima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0. The next matter is a review of a settlement agreement between ANC 6A and H Street Beverage Warehouse, license number 117278. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Nima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 7-0. The next case in our calendar is it's review of a settlement agreement between ANC. I'm sorry, did I just read this one? 6A and H Street Beverage Warehouse. Did I just review this one?
Yes.
Yes, you did.
All right. Okay, I apologize. All right, the next case in our calendar is a review of the Langdon Park Moratorium Zone Notice of Second Emergency and First Proposed Rulemaking. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Nima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 7-0. The next matter on our legal agenda, it's a review of Chapter 2 Notice of Second Proposed Rulemaking. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Nima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda, review request for a temporary operating permit for Global Park Hotel, license number 117635. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 7-0. The next matter on our agenda is a review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Thomas Circle, license number 060397. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2021. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0. The next matter is a review application for change of hours to sell alcohol for an additional hour in the morning and at night. This is from Wetman's Liquor, license number 117339. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 7-0. The next request is a review request to remove the tasting permit endorsement from the license. This is from Wellsman Liquor, license number 117339. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada,
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 7-0. The next matter is review application for change of hours to sell alcohol until 1 a.m. This is for Downtown Liquors, license number 108146. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett
Ed
seconds.
Excuse me, Ms. Crockett, and I think Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 7-0. The next matter is review application for Sidewalk Cafe with 78 seats. This is for Farmers and Distilleries, license number 100647. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 7-0. The next matter is review application for sports wagering endorsement. This is for Tacoma Station Tavern, license number 079370. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Nawab Zada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 7-0. The next matter is review application for sports wagering endorsement. This is for Valor Brew Pub, license number 071793. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Nawab Zada,
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 7-0. The next matter is review application for an electronic game of skill endorsement to offer the Dragon's Ascent game. This is Valor Brew Pub, license number 071793. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Nawab Zada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 7-0. The next matter is review request to retire the currently approved primary vessel in the fleet and replace it with the new Boomerang Boat 3. This is the Boomerang Boat, license number 085705. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Nawab Zada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 7-0. The next matter is to review criminal histories of applicants for a new Class B retail license. This is the Capitol Grounds Cafe, license number 117630. I make a motion to approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby,
Ms. Wabzada,
Nawab Zada, I
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 7-0. The next matter is a review of an email inquiry from Siamak Sadetian regarding reinstatement of canceled license for living room, license number 076906. I make a motion that we conditionally approve with full payment of fees within 30 days of board approval. Is there a second?
Nawab Zada, seconds.
Ms. Wabzada second the motion. We now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Nawab Zada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. Pass 7-0. The next matter on our agenda is a review request for approval to provide a gift of a guitar presenter that does not exceed $500 in value to various licensed DC realtors. The request has been made from Breakthrough Beverage, license number 060518. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Wabzada, second.
Ms. Wabzada seconds the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0 with the next matter on our agenda is a review request for approval to provide a gift of a tabletop propane patio heater that does not exceed $500 in value to various licensed DC realtors. Breakthrough Beverage, license number 060518. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to approve it, and I will, but I'd like to also the caveat to go on the record that we're going to be checking about the other regulations involving propane inside of buildings.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wahabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0, and the agency is instructed to advise the wholesaler that they need to ensure that the licensee complies with any DC rules and regulations regarding the operation of a propane patio heater. All right, the next case in the next matter on the agenda is a review request for approval to provide a gift of a bottle service bucket that does not exceed $500 in value to various licensed DC realtors. The request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 060518. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. That's a proper second by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 7-0. The next matter is review request for approval to provide a gift of slim bottle service kit that doesn't exceed $500 in value to various licensed DC realtors. Breakthrough Beverage, license number 060518. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis.
Mr. Crockett and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 7-0. The next matter on our agenda, on the calendar, on the agenda is review request to allow Hill Restaurant Group LLC, which has common ownership of the reference licensees, to serve as paymaster for the alcoholic beverage wholesaler invoices received by the licensee. This is Boxcar Tavern, license number 098813. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will have a roll call on the motion that will properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 7-0-0. We now move to our restatement of canceled license agenda. The first matter on this agenda is a review request for reinstatement of canceled license contingent upon immediate payment of overdue annual fees. This is for Andes Carryout license number 021712. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We now have a roll call vote in the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Grandis. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 7-0-0. We now move to the agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. The first establishment, the Godmother, license number 086231, licensee is out of business. The second establishment is Oka Bowl Ramen and Sake Bar, license number 107646, licensee is out of business. I make a motion that we cancel these two licenses. Is there a second?
Wabzada, second.
Ms. Wabzada, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Wabzada. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 7-0-0. We now move to our docket. There are 5 matters on the docket. I am going to read what the matters are on the docket. I'm going to advise the board what is being requested. After I have read all 5 matters on the docket, then I will take a vote. So the first matter on the docket is Butter Chicken Company 3, license number 117385. They're asking for a transfer without sale application. The second matter on our docket is the Sunbeam Market, license number 117611. Again, this is a transfer with sale application. The third matter is To Be Determined Wines LLC, license number 117244. This is a new ABC license application. The next matter is H Street Beverage Warehouse, license number 117278. This is a new ABC license application. The next matter is Ankara, license number 097698. This is a change of hours application. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board approve the request of the establishments on our docket, the specific request that was made, that was read in the record. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the matter that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. 7-0-0. We have now come to the end of our agenda items and our calendar and our agenda items. And if there's no further ado, I will then move towards closing the meeting. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on January 7th, 2021 for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for January 7th, 2021, as published in the DC Register on December 25th, 2020. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold the aforementioned closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We have now adjourned for the day. Thank you, board members, for your active participation in the hearing. So we have now closed the public section of our meeting, and the board will now return to its executive session to complete its work. Have a great day. Thank you.